The Senate will come to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Senators Baisley, Bridges, Buckner, Coleman, Cutter, Danielson, Exum, Fields, Gardner, Janal, Gonzalez, Hanson, Hinrichsen, Huckes Lewis, Kirkmeyer, Kolker, Liston, Lundeen, Marchman, Moreno, Mullica, Pelton B, Pelton R, Priola, Rich, Roberts, Roberts,
Excused.
Rodriguez, Simpson, Smallwood, Smallwood, Sullivan,
Page 4,
Van Winkle,
1101.
Will, Winter,
Motion fails.
Zenzinger,
It's now to the adoption of the first report. I'm just, she's not.
Mr. President,
Here. The morning roll call is 34 present, 0 absent, 1 excused. We do have a quorum. Will the good senator from Aurora, the fields of Aurora, please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Good morning, Mr. President and colleagues. Please join me for the morning pledge. I pledge allegiance Thank you.
Approval of the journal. Will the clerk please add Senator Roberts to the roll so he can approve the journal? Just in time. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate Journal of Wednesday, March 29th, 2023 be approved as corrected by the Secretary.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
No.
Senator Gardner, would you like to discuss the motion?
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to move to amend the journal to show that the good senator from El Paso County did, in fact, follow the rules yesterday with respect to recognition of an immediate family member by announcement. I withdraw my motion.
All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Senate Services.
March 30th, 2023, correctly printed, Senate Bill 257 and Senate Resolution 6, correctly engrossed. Senate Bills 197, 214, 215, 216, 217, 218, 219, 220, 221, 222, 223, 224, 225, 226, 227, 228, 229, 230, 231, 233, 234, 235, 236, 237, 238, 239, 240, 241, 242, 243, 244, 245, and 246, correctly re-engrossed. Senate Bills 174, 183, and 185, correctly re-revised. House Bill 1195.
Third reading of bills. Never mind. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate proceed out of order for a moment of personal privilege by the senator from Centennial.
The motion is for the Senate to proceed out of order for a moment of personal privilege. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate will proceed out of order. Senator Kolker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Thank you. Colleagues, as many of you know, I have been a proponent of mental health, behavior treatment, mental health issues in this chamber and in this legislature since I started. And it all came about based on my own personal experiences, being diagnosed with depression as an adult, but experiencing depression as a youth, starting with my own suicide ideation in the 4th grade. I've lived with that, and I've sought treatment and sought help. I just want part of that treatment and part of the solutions that we have for many of our adults and children can cause problems. And so today, I have a tribute to recognize those living with a condition caused by the medications to treat various mental health conditions. And I'd like to read that a tribute today. Today, the Senate of the Colorado Legislature convened in the first regular session of the 74th General Assembly hereby extends heartiest congratulations to Kathleen A. Shea and Ray Merenstein. Each year in Colorado, more than 260,000 adults and children need treatment for mental illnesses. Yet tens of thousands go without care. Some people living with a mental health condition may also experience a condition called tactive dyskinesia, or TD, a condition associated with taking certain mental health medications. TD is characterized by uncontrollable, abnormal, and repetitive movements of the face, torso, and other body parts. Those movements caused by TD can look or feel different from person to person, manifest differently from day to day. TD can impact patients socially, emotionally, and physically. In fact, those diagnosed or suspected with TD reported it can affect everyday activities, including their ability to work, eat, and sleep. We pay tribute today to Kathleen Shea, MA, founder and president of the National Organization of Tactive Dyskinesia, and Ray Merenstein, executive director of the National Alliance on Mental Health, Colorado, also known as NAMI, for their work to raise awareness of this potentially debilitating disease. And today, representing NAMI, I have in the back our guest, Athena Kabilovkas. If you'd stand up, Athena. Thank you, colleagues. I appreciate it. Again, just another way to raise not only what mental illness is doing to our population, but also the treatments. So thank you so much.
Third reading of bills. Consent calendar. Will the clerk please read all of the titles to all of the bills on the consent calendar?
Senate Bill 215, Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, Representatives Serrata and Bockenfield, concerning the transfer of money from the State Employee Reserve Fund to the General Fund to fund monthly housing stipends for Department of Corrections staff. Senate Bill 217, Senators Bridges and Zenzinger, Representatives Burden Serrata, concerning no longer requiring the fee collected for the background checks for child abuse or neglect to support the costs associated with the appeals process for a person who is found responsible in a confirmed report of child abuse or neglect. Senate Bill 218, Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, Representatives Burden Bockenfield, concerning the repeal of the cap on the amount of money the Department of Education may spend on costs incurred in implementing the School Transformation Grant Program, and in connection therewith making an appropriation. Senate Bill 220, Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, Representatives Burden Serrata, concerning the use of money previously allocated for public schools and in connection therewith reducing an appropriation. Senate Bill 222, Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, Representatives Burden Serrata, concerning removing copayment requirement for certain Medicaid services and in connection therewith making an appropriation. Senate Bill 223, Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, Representatives Burden Bockenfield, concerning the annual report the Department of Health Care Policy and Financing submits to the Joint Budget Committee concerning the Medicaid provider rate review process. Senate Bill 224, Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, Representatives Serrata and Bockenfield, concerning policies to be established by the Colorado Commission on Higher Education related to postgraduate student exchange programs. Senate Bill 225, Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, Representatives Byrd and Serrata, concerning the use of higher education specialty education services funding for the School of Medicine partnership operating on the campus of Colorado State University. Senate Bill 226, Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, Representatives Serrata and Bockenfield, concerning extending the Transitional Jobs Program. Senate Bill 227, Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, Representative Byrd and Serrata, concerning the hourly rate compensation for attorneys who contract with state agencies to provide legal representation. Senate Bill 233, Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, Representatives Serrata and Bockenfield, concerning a merit system for county employees who provide employment services that are paid for with federal funds pursuant to the federal Wagner-Pizer Act. Senate Bill 234, Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, Representatives Byrd and Serrata, concerning the cessation of advance payment of premiums for state employee family and medical leave insurance coverage, and in connection therewith transferring money from the Family and Medical Leave Insurance Fund back to the Revenue Loss Restoration Cash Fund. Senate Bill 235, Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, Representative Byrd and Bockenfield, concerning the authority of the Department of Law to use litigation management funds for unanticipated state legal needs. Senate Bill 236, Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, Representatives Serrata and Bockenfield, concerning the creation of the Electric Vehicle Service Equipment Fund, and in connection therewith making an appropriation. Senate Bill 237, Senators Kirkmeyer and Bridges, Representatives Bockenfield and Byrd, concerning a transfer from the Severance Tax Operational Fund to the Water Plan Implementation Cash Fund. Senate Bill 238, Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, Representatives Serrata and Bockenfield, concerning authorization to use money in the Small Communities Water and Wastewater Grant Fund to provide the state funds for water projects for which a state match is required to qualify for federal funds for the projects. Senate Bill 239, Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, Representatives Byrd and Bockenfield, concerning the transfer of money from the Hazardous Substance Site Response Fund to the Hazardous Substance Response Fund. Senate Bill 240, Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, Representatives Byrd and Bockenfield, concerning fees a dairy plant is required to pay to the Department of Public Health and Environment. Senate Bill 242 by Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, Representatives Serrata and Bockenfield, concerning financial audits of the Community Corrections Program of the state, and in connection therewith making an appropriation. Senate Bill 243, Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, Representative Byrd and Bockenfield, concerning transfers from the General Fund to the Capital Construction Fund. Senate Bill 244, Senators Bridges and Zenzinger, Representatives Byrd and Serrata, concerning updates to the language and relevant Colorado statutes related to ensuring technology accessibility to persons with disabilities. Senate Bill 245, Senators Bridges and Zenzinger, Representatives Byrd and Serrata, concerning a transfer to the Revenue Loss Restoration Cash Fund. Senate Bill 246, Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, Representatives Serrata and Byrd, concerning transfers to the State Emergency Reserve for the 2023-24 state fiscal year.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the passage of all the bills on the third reading consent calendar, which consists of Senate Bills 215, 217, 218, 220, 222, 223, 224, 225, 226, 227, 233, 234, 235, 236, 237, 238, 239, 240, 242, 243, 244, 245, and 246.
Is there any discussion on any of the bills? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of all the bills on the third reading of bills consent calendar. Are there any no votes? Mr. Minority Leader.
Good morning, Mr. President. Thank you. I request that I be recorded as a no vote on Senate Bill 217 and Senate Bill 222.
Minority Leader will be recorded as a no vote on Senate Bills 217 and 222. Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. President. I may want to submit this in writing. I would like to be recorded as a no vote on Senate Bill 217, 222, 226, 233, 236, 239, 240, 242, 243, 244, and 245. 239, 240, 242, 243, 244, and 245.
Senator Van Winkle will be recorded as a no vote on Senate Bills 217, 222, 226, 233, 236, 239, 240, 242, 243, 244, and 245. Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a list as well, so I'll talk slowly, but I request to be counted as a no vote on 217, 218, 222, 226, 233, 236, 238, 239, 240, 242, 243, and 245.
Senator Baisley will be recorded as a no vote on Senate Bills 217, 218, 222, 226, 233, 236, 238, 239, 240, 242, 243, and 245.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll make this real easy. I wish to be recorded as a no vote on Senate Bill 222 and 236.
Senator Liston will be recorded as a no vote on Senate Bills 222 and 236. Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wish to be recorded as a no vote on 217, 222, and 236.
Senator Pelton R will be recorded as a no vote on Senate Bills 217, 222, and 236. Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to be recorded as a no vote on Senate Bill 217 and Senate Bill 222. Thank you.
Senator Rich will be recorded as a no vote on Senate Bills 217 and 222. Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd just like to be recorded a no vote on Senate Bill 217.
Senator Pelton B will be recorded as a no vote on Senate Bill 217. Senator Will.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request to be a no vote on Senate Bill 217.
Senator will be recorded as a no vote on Senate Bill 217. Senator Smallwood. Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning. I'd like to be recorded as a no vote on Senate Bill 217.
Senator Smallwood will be recorded as a no vote on Senate Bill 217. With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 215 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators, Mr. Majority Leader, Priola. With a vote of 27 ayes, 8 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 217 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Priola, Marchman, Mr. Majority Leader, Cutter, Winter, Colker, Jaquez Lewis, Exum, Coleman, Gonzalez, Janal, Danielson, Buckner. With a vote of 34 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 218 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Marchman, Cutter, Priola, Van Winkle, Colker, Janal, Jaquez Lewis, Gonzalez, Buckner, Coleman. We are on Senate Bill 218. Please have the president. With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 220 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Priola, Buckner, Cutter. This is Senate Bill 220. Mr. Majority Leader, Fields, Simpson, Janal, with a vote of 29 ayes, 6 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 222 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Mullica, Gonzalez, Colker, Exum, Coleman, Mr. Majority Leader, Pelton B. We are on Senate Bill 222. Janal, Marchman, Priola, Cutter, Hinrichsen, Sullivan, Buckner. Please add the president. With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 223 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Colker, Janal, Priola, Cutter, Winter. Mr. Minority Leader. Gardner. With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 224 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Colker, Janal, Priola, Cutter, Buckner, Exum, Coleman, with a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 225 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Marchman, Colker, Liston, Exum, Mullica, Janal, Cutter, Priola, Buckner, Coleman. With a vote of 33 ayes, 2 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 226 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Mullica, Exum, Mr. Majority Leader, Jaquez Lewis, Marchman, Colker, Janal, Henriksen, Cutter, Priola, Winter, Buckner, Hanson. With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 227 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Gonzalez, Mr. Majority Leader, Hanson, with a vote of 33 ayes, 2 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 233 is passed. Co-sponsors, Mr. Majority Leader, with a vote, please add Senator Pelton B as a co-sponsor on Senate Bill 233. With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 234 is passed. Co-sponsors, with a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 235 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Gonzalez, with a vote of 31 ayes, 4 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 236 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Jaquez Lewis, Marchman, Priola, Cutter, Colker, Winter, Hanson, Gonzalez, please add the president. With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 237 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Roberts, Simpson, Pelton B, Pelton R, Liston, Malika, Exum, Will, Hanson. Mr. Majority Leader, Jaquez Lewis, Marchman, Sullivan, Henriksen, Priola, Winter. Please have the President. With a vote of 34 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 238 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Jaquez Lewis, Marchman, Henriksen, Priola, Cutter, Sullivan, Winter. Mr. Majority Leader, Exum. We are on Senate Bill 238. Malika, Roberts, Hanson, Simpson, Pelton R, Pelton B, Liston, Will, Coleman, Buckner, Priola, again, Cutter again, Gardner. With a vote of 33 ayes, 2 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 239 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Jaquez Lewis, Janal, Marchman, Cutter, Priola, Hanson. With a vote of 33 ayes, 2 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 240 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Pelton B, Simpson, Will, Colker, Janal, Priola, Jaquez Lewis. With a vote of 33 ayes, 2 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 242 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Priola, Exum, Cutter, Hanson, Simpson, with a vote of 33 ayes, 2 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 243 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Simpson, Mr. Majority Leader, Priola, Hanson, Will, Pelton B, Janal, Colker, Marchman, Cutter, Sullivan, Malika, please add the President. With a vote of 34 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 244 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Henriksen, Buckner, Majority Leader Moreno, Priola, Cutter, Fields, Marchman, Jaquez Lewis, Winter, Colker, Gonzalez, Janal, Exum, Malika, Roberts, Hanson, Coleman, with a vote of 33 ayes, 2 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 245 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Priola, with a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused. Senate Bill 246 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Roberts, Priola, Exum, Gonzalez. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills, final passage. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move House Bill 1126 layover until tomorrow, March 31st.
Motion is for House Bill 1126 to lay over until tomorrow, March 31st. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no? The ayes have it, and House Bill 1126 will be laid over until tomorrow. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 197?
Senate Bill 197, Senators Moreno and Fenberg, Representatives Duran and Lynch, concerning the payment of the expenses of the Legislative Department.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 197 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? I don't see any. If I don't look up, I won't see any, right? Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I'm going to be a yes vote on this because we need the funding to be able to meet next year. But you could have taken a bold step, and you didn't, and I'm just disappointed. We could have just said we only plan to meet 90 days next year, and if we found that that wasn't going to work, we could have always passed a supplemental because we'd be here. Now, the other thing is I want you all to know that now that aides will be making $23 an hour, which raises their salary on an 1,800 hour per year basis to more than some of us are making as legislators, I got to thinking about how we have approved an additional salary for the lieutenant governor, something I objected to, but people did it. And I'm wondering if we could have legislation to allow us to be our own aides, and that way we could collect our aide salary. I see the senator from Denver is nodding favorably. Actually, I don't think that's a terribly good idea, but it just shows where we've come since the day of a citizen legislator. I urge a yes vote.
It was very helpful for our consideration. The motion before the body is the passage of Senate Bill. Oh, jeez. Senator Gonzalez.
It doesn't. Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to rise in support of this bill in order to thank the legislative aides who work so tirelessly, who make this work possible. Shout out to them. $23 is still not a living wage in Denver, but it is incredibly important and helpful, and I ask for an aye vote. I'm grateful to the work that made this salary increase, or I guess hourly increase, possible, and let's continue to work on this issue because I do think that legislative pay is also an issue, and I think that, but certainly starting with the aides' salary is a great step forward. Thank you.
Motion is the passage of Senate Bill 197. Are there any no votes? Senators Pelton B, Pelton R, Will, Baisley. Minority Leader Lundin. Smallwood. With a vote of 29 ayes, 6 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 197 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Zenzinger, Priola, Fields, Gonzalez, Coleman, Exum, Hanson, Janal, Jaquez Lewis, Colker, Cutter, Winter, Buckner. Gotcha. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 214?
Senate Bill 214, Senator Zenzinger, Representative Byrd, concerning the provision for payment of the expenses of the executive, legislative, and judicial departments of the state of Colorado and of its agencies and institutions for and during the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2023, except as otherwise noted.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 214 on third reading.
Is there any discussion?
Colleagues, I have a couple of comments here that I would like to make regarding this budget bill. We make decisions down here at the Capitol every day, small decisions, large decisions, but on some days there is a decision so large that it makes us. It defines who we are from that point forward, and it stops being the result of your choice. You, in fact, become the result of that choice. The budget is a choice that makes Colorado. It is our decision today, but it will become our definition as a people and as a state tomorrow. The decisions we make today will fund mental health and will become the state of our mental health tomorrow. The decisions we make today on higher education will become our level of college attainment in the future. The level of funding we dedicate to healthcare, education, human services, corrections, judicial, agriculture, and so on, leads us to a future where we become the result of those choices. In recent years, we've made promises, and today, I believe this budget, we will keep them. This isn't a flashy budget. This is a practical, thoughtful, almost boring budget. But spread amongst its pages, we did good work. I think of this year's budget as the year of implementation. In prior years, we passed bills, attached pink sheets to them, and considered the out-year impacts. Well, welcome to the out years. We are standing up, shoring up, catching up, and making good on the guarantees that we have made to our workers, to our providers, to our retirees, and to our families. The headlines on our best work were printed and read a long time ago. Henry David Thoreau said, "If you have built castles in the air, your work need not be lost. That is where they should be. Now put the foundations under them." In this year of implementation, no work will be lost. We are building those foundations. We are meeting our commitments. We're increasing funding to education. We are increasing the provider rate. We are addressing our workforce challenges, and we are paying our state employees a livable wage. We found ways to move the line on capital maintenance, and we started the work of implementing affordable housing, mental health supports, universal preschool, and more. Okay, I will admit that capital controlled maintenance level 2 is not the sexiest phrase you will hear this week. But think about what it means to the world beyond the pages of these bills. It's literally the solid foundation of state government. It is the air quality in our hospitals. It is the fire safety at our college dorms. It is a crime lab or a regional center for people with disabilities or some other building that needs repair. It is a commitment we made in the past, made true today. And it saves us from being the wrong Colorado of tomorrow. But please don't be mistaken, there is a challenging budget to be written in the years ahead. We are facing a fiscal cliff. There are existing and ongoing programs that were propped up with one-time and temporary funding. And the largest increases in this budget were in our Medicaid match, as COVID supports phased out and the general fund had to fill in. The need for that sort of backfill will create huge pressures in the coming years. After the federal ARPA dollars wind down further, some of you in this chamber will face the choice of ending those programs that funds or providing space in the general fund to keep them going. The certainty of that cliff, combined with the uncertainties of declining revenues, volatile inflation, and the ripple effects of national and global events, might have you looking at this budget today and recognizing the effort that we put on implementation of the past and in preparation for the future. We are keeping our promises and only promising what can be delivered. We took a principled view about what can be done today. We created space for the needed projects, some of which require one-time dollars, some of which will be ongoing, but we also followed the principle that we must take care of the people that take care of us. We took care of our clinicians and other providers. We helped our school districts serve us better by boosting per pupil spending. We addressed the needs of our departments, including the Department of Corrections, which faces deep and dangerous staffing shortages, by making recruitment and retention incentives more competitive with the private sector. We went deep and we went wide. I asked my CSU intern, Natalie Delman, to look through the budget booklet that you all have on your desks, or at least I hope you have them on your desks. I asked her to take a look at the requests, at what we funded, to look through that budget book and tell me what she thought. What were her opinions? I asked her to find cool things in the budget. And this is some of what she listed. The Universal Preschool Program, early childhood mental health support, the Imagination Library, translation services, the Office of Community Living, funding children with complex needs, programs for climate, drought, smart agriculture, and marketing, a virtual reality career training program, a fugitive apprehension unit, preventing youth homelessness, the Rent-a-Bug program at the Insectary Lab, animal health and welfare, salary increases for hospital medical staff, the UI fraud prevention, Fort Lyons supportive residential community, wildfire mitigation investment package, resources for state parks, a labor union support team, syphilis outreach, the Epitrax disease surveillance platform, creating the Office of School Safety, the taxation call center where you can get help, the elections data and investigations enhancement, and cybersecurity testing. Seeing the budget through the eyes of a 21-year-old college student helped me see the real good that will be indeed accomplished through our funding decisions today. Some of these things we have not talked about at this podium, but they're in there. Before I wrap up today, I cannot stress how thankful I am to have had the very best team to work with this year. The time that I spent working beside the good senator from Arapahoe and the good senator from Weld was incredibly rewarding. They were thrown into the deep end and proved their genius and their creativity. They were thoughtful, they were dedicated, they were inquisitive, they were hardworking, they were collaborative, they were delightful, and they were good-humored. One of them was delightful. And they truly deserve your praises today. I know for a fact that I was blessed to have these two individuals by my side as we put together all the pieces. I recently heard a somewhat fair definition of a senator. It goes like this: we are plagiarists with impeccable taste. We have the discernment to only steal the very best ideas. And on the Joint Budget Committee, we are lucky to be surrounded by the very best people with the very best ideas, and that is the Joint Budget Committee staff. My name may be at the top of Senate Bill 214 as its prime sponsor, but that's because I primarily was responsible for appropriating their best work. You deserve to know their names and their ideas because they stand behind every word and every line of this budget's many pages. Director Carolyn Campman, Amanda Bickle, Justin Brackey, Mitch Burmeister, John Catlett, Tom Dermody, Andrew Forbes, Emily Hansen, Craig Harper, Alfredo Kem, Eric Kurtz, Abby Magnus, Diva Mardones, Jesse Newberg, Scott Thompson, Andrea Ewell, and Matthew Valletta. I'd like to add to those names the names of my staff, in particular Aaron Silverstein, and my interns who are here, as well as Andrew Lindinger, the division of OSPB and Director Larson, members of the governor's team, including Allie Jennings, and so many more. Between the work of that impossibly skilled staff and the brilliance of our good senators and the members from this House, I find myself unspeakably grateful to ask for your aye vote for this year of implementation, for this time of preparation, and for this budget for the state of Colorado.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. When the good senator from Arvada was listing off some of the qualities, she forgot to mention that there were times that we were extremely tired, which led to extreme crankiness on some people's part. So before I begin my comments, I would just like to thank the good senator from Arvada. She led a team. I didn't get on the Joint Budget Committee until December. So she led a team of newbies, and she did an excellent job. She showed great restraint at times, a lot of patience, probably particularly with me, at times, and there were times maybe not so much, but she did a great job in leading the team, keeping us informed, keeping us on track, keeping us on schedule, taking the time to work with us with regard to how the process works. She just did a remarkable job. So I thank the chair of the Joint Budget Committee, the good senator from Arvada. With that, I'm just going to add a few things. This is one of those budgets that I call it's a get-her-done type budget. It truly is, to borrow some words from the chair of our Joint Budget Committee, it truly is a meat and potatoes budget. We worked this year with certain policies in mind and certain goals in mind as a Joint Budget Committee team. And those were things like we were going to look to figure out how to pay off liabilities and not try to incur additional liabilities. That we were going to hold departments accountable and set expectations high that they're expected to manage their departments in the most efficient way possible and be transparent when they're in front of the Joint Budget Committee. We agreed we would balance this budget without prepays and that we would not lead the next team into a structural deficit. We said that as a Joint Budget Committee, as a state, it's important that we pay our bills. And that's how we approached this budget. We looked at the $315 million, which became $340 million of ARPA funds that were unobligated, and we obligated them. Because it's the right thing to do. They need to be obligated before December of 2024. But we didn't obligate them for a whole bunch of ongoing projects. Mostly, we obligated them in areas of one-time general fund expenditures, things like capital construction, so that we were able to do about $240 million of capital construction projects, which included the not-so-sexy controlled maintenance 1 and 2 projects, which are extremely important for us here. It's catching up. It's making sure that our facilities are properly maintained and operated, and that we're able to do construction projects that are needed on state buildings. That's extremely important. We made sure that the higher education system does not fail. We added additional dollars above the governor's request to ensure that higher education systems are able to cap their tuition at 5%. We would have loved to have gotten that to 3 or 2%, but we just couldn't get there, given what the other budgetary demands are. But higher education was at the top of our list, as was education. To a T, to every member on the Joint Budget Committee, when asked by the chair what our goal was with regard to the state's budget at the very beginning of this, back in December, every single member of the Joint Budget Committee said, buying down the budget stabilization factor and eliminating it totally. That is our goal. And as I said to the chair of the Joint Budget Committee, the good senator from Arvada, if we can't get there, we need to get as close as we possibly can. Because we should not be balancing this budget. We should not be stabilizing the budget on the backs of students. Everyone on the Joint Budget Committee agrees. That is still our goal. We're still going to work towards that through the School Finance Act. But we set this budget up to ensure that there is $1.4 billion in the state education fund. Puts us on the road to ensuring that we buy down the budget stabilization factor. Probably the most important thing that we all could agree on as a Joint Budget Committee. And then we did things that we heard from all of you that you wanted to be funded. And thank you for yesterday. Because for 3 months, the Joint Budget Committee, we heard what the governor's request was. And as I said several times on the microphone during the Joint Budget Committee, several. It's the Joint Budget Committee that writes the budget. It's the legislature that has to approve it. So yesterday, thank you. That was your opportunity to put your request in, to put your mark in on the budget. And we heard you. Thank you for the way that we operated yesterday. Being able to be done by 6 o'clock on the day when we're doing seconds and all of the amendments that were coming forward, the fact that all of you worked with both sides of the aisle to get amendments passed, amendments secured, made a huge difference. And I greatly appreciate it. To me, one of the most important bills that was passed yesterday, Senate Bill 241, which created and creates, hopefully it'll get passed as it goes through the House, the Office of School Safety. This is about us doing something to protect our kids and keep them safe in schools, in a learning environment where they feel safe. protecting our teachers so they can teach in a safe learning environment. For me, that was one of the most important things in this budget. Some of the other things that we heard from y'all, wildfire mitigation. We put additional dollars there. The good senator from Arvada mentioned a bunch. She failed to mention the helicopter. Yes, we found money in this current year, fiscal year, to fund yet another helicopter. There you go. So I just want you to know, your Joint Budget Committee members were listening. And we put $12 million towards the implementation of the state water plan, not to mention additional dollars to the Attorney General's office to ensure that we can protect our water resources here in the state of Colorado. These are the things that we heard from all of you that were extremely important, and we put them in the budget. So again, thank you all for your assistance yesterday. Thank you for your comments, your inputs. We still have some more work to do. I believe this is a budget that we all can be proud of. It may not have everything in it that we like. We made sure there's some things in it that I'm not particularly fond of, but I voted for because it was the will of the voters on some of the items. There's going to be things in here that you really love. I hope this is a budget that, again, you feel like I do. It's a get it done, let's go implement state government in an effective, efficient way that is fiscally prudent. That's what this budget is about. I urge a solid aye vote. And I'm looking at this side. Thank you.
She's talking to you, Senator Exum. Mr. Minority Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And I begin with an acknowledgement and gratitude to the senators from Arvada, Weld County, and Arapahoe County for the work that you have done on behalf of the General Assembly, on behalf of this body, and to the great team, Director Campman and team, that have helped you do that work over an extended period of time. The comments from the senator from Arvada resonated with me when she defined that senators, in fact, might be elegant plagiarists or something of that nature. And I would plagiarize in this moment some of the words that I have heard the senator from Arapahoe speak, where he has said that policy is like a horizon. The best policy is what we are always in pursuit of, and yet it remains on the horizon in the distance. And it is in the nature of that line of thinking that I rise and explain a no vote as part of an acknowledgement that, yes, this is a good set of choices for the management of the state of Colorado in this moment in many ways. And yet, a broader vision, a bigger vision, might include slightly different approaches, and therefore earns a vote that says, not this budget, not this way, not this moment, because we can always do better and seek a more optimal budget. I would say the no vote is framed in two basic elements. One element is an acknowledgement that the state budget, this budget, the general fund portion of this budget grows by 14% over last year. While the experience of the people of Colorado, their salaries aren't growing by 14%. And the pursuit of a budget that is more restrained in support of the people of Colorado must always be something that we seek. If you go out to Salary Explorer and look at what's going on in Colorado wages in 2023, you'll see that the average wage increase is about 6%. So we're not anywhere near for the people's paychecks and the kitchen table issues of the people of Colorado, where the state government's growing to. As you look across various industries, banking industry, 4% raises in general, energy 8, information technology 3, healthcare 7, travel 2, excuse me, construction 6% increases, and education, 1% increase. Which leads me to the second objection I lodge, and it's in part not a challenge just to the Joint Budget Committee, but to us as a chamber, to us more broadly. Yesterday, when confronted with the constitutional mandate to pass this budget and to fully fund public education, according to Amendment 23 of the Colorado Constitution, where we had a need for $321 million more dollars, and I acknowledge and I am grateful for the fact that the Joint Budget Committee has framed up the potential pursuit of the elimination of the budget stabilization factor. Yet this document does not create clearly as a mandated imperative or a policy choice the actual elimination of that budget stabilization factor. And yet, we as a chamber added $85 million, $84,571,000 in general fund obligations beyond the budget that was presented to us by the Joint Budget Committee in anticipation and preparation for the effort to fully fund public education. So my second objection and second pillar of support of my no vote as I pursue a better vision, a better, more complete policy conclusion by this body, is rooted in the fact that we are, again, failing to prioritize that which must be first, and that is the Constitution, and that is the full funding of public education. So, in a nuanced way, in a quite frankly a heavy and not glibly or lightly cast no vote, I will be a no vote, not in strenuous objection to this budget, but in a call for a pursuit of a policy horizon that honors first our constitutionally mandated requirements and honors first that which should be our primary priority, the full funding of public education in Colorado. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to extend my appreciation to the members of the Joint Budget Committee, to the staff, and to all of the folks who put so much time and energy into the long bill. As we speak about the many good things that are included in this budget, I do want to call attention to one area of concern that continues to cause me and hopefully several others of you consternation, and that is the Department of Corrections budget. You all remember that when we spoke about Senate Bill 113, the supplementals, which sought to add close to 400 new beds to the budget, this long bill includes another 740 beds. That's a lot. It's an incredible increase. And now, with both the supplemental and the long bill, the Department of Corrections budget is now over $1 billion. And while the DOC's own numbers, when they presented information to the Joint Budget Committee during figure setting, were so problematic. I am grateful to the discernment of the members of the Joint Budget Committee and to the staff who did not just fund what DOC asked for, but instead had the good sense of discernment to work through to work through and the JBC members had the good sense of discernment to work through what the initial request was and to find instead a different path forward. The remaining policy issue that I want to name for us to continue to grapple with is the fact that we have, through Senate Bill 214, put forward beds, but that the staffing vacancy continues to remain. When we were talking about Senate Bill 113, the supplementals, the vacancy numbers were close to 1,600 vacant positions across the Department of Corrections. The best information that I have now is that we're hovering right around 1,300 vacancies. What that means for our prison population management in the year ahead is something that we should all continue to watch quite closely. JBC staff did not recommend funding for additional FTEs to correlate along with the additional 740 male prison beds because of the vacancy state savings. And I believe, quote, from the JBC staffer, Mr. Brackey, the data does not support a conclusion that DOC has ever been fully staffed for these job classifications. There are policies that we will continue to grapple with in terms of prison population management measures, and as we continue to think about increased criminal penalties, how we manage and navigate folks as they are struggling with being unhoused or as they're struggling with mental health and substance use disorders, and how we tackle the broader issue of rehabilitation and reentry back into society so that we can address our too high recidivism rate. It all goes back to how we best use, make use of that incarcerated individual's time incarcerated, what programs they have available. But when the staffing crisis is so dire and so severe that people who are coming in to offer programs like rehabilitative programs like education are instead asked to do security, that's not serving the interest of the state. So I wanted to take this time to just name that as a lingering and ongoing concern. But I hope that my comments don't detract from the powerful and exciting momentum forward that is reflected in this long bill. I rise in support, ask for an aye vote on Senate Bill 214. And I'm grateful to my colleagues for their work.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. A budget is a moral document. And this budget is a moral budget. Speaking as the only member in this chamber with a Master's of Divinity, I can say that this budget increases provider rates to ensure that the least among us across this state have access to care. We invested in pre-K and workforce development to ensure that Colorado kids across this state have the opportunity for a strong start. We worked for independence from poor decisions made by lower basin states like California by investing in protecting Colorado water with lawyers, researchers, and negotiators. And the state has a responsibility to keep Coloradans safe, which is why we invested in fire protection, public safety, school security, and we made investments this year in our National Guard. And unlike DC, and even with the restrictions of Tabor, we did all of this with a balanced budget. Most importantly, though, Peter Drucker says that institutions, especially large institutions, tend to turn inward. They focus on themselves and reinforcing their own internal structures. But folks, this budget was put together by a team of people who at every turn said, how will this impact the lives of Coloradans? Every dollar we spent, every FTE we invested in, every vote we took, that was the question we asked. How will this improve the lives of Coloradans? And this budget is going to do that. This budget is going to impact folks not just on the Front Range, not just on the Eastern Slope, the Eastern Plains, San Luis Valley. This budget is going to improve the lives of Coloradans across our entire state. This budget is a moral budget. But you don't make something like this alone. The team that we have across the street with the JBC is, I think, the most impressive team that I have worked with in my life. I am blessed to have the folks supporting us in this work that we do, from the JBC staff themselves and Director Campman to the team of rivals that we have over in the Gov's office and OSPB, Andrew on our staff here in the Senate, Libby over in the House, and of course my fantastic aide, Taylor, have provided us with incredible support. Our House members, Bockenfeld, Byrd, and Sirota, also team of rivals a little bit, coming from the House. And then we've got Senator Kirkmeyer, who is, I think, the smartest, most knowledgeable person that I know besides my wife, Anne Marie. And our fearless leader, Senator Zinzinger, you had a lot of adjectives to describe us, and I'm just going to go with one word, and that word is leadership. You're the only one on the Budget Committee this year with any experience, and I think now, we are ready to fly. Your patience, your explanations of complicated topics, often at length, very thorough explanations, but appreciated and much needed. The care that you have shown to all of us as we have fumbled our way through. This budget would not be where it is today without your leadership and without all of the folks that have poured hours and hours of their lives, months, culmination of years of work into this budget. Folks, this might be the bill that I am most proud of running in the legislature. This is going to make a huge difference for folks, and I really hope that we're going to get a whole lot of aye votes on this thing today. Thank you.
The motion before the body is the passage of Senate Bill 214. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Mr. Minority Leader, Pelton B, Pelton R. With a vote of 28 ayes, 7 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 214 is passed.
Good job.
Co-sponsors.
Good job.
Senators, Mr. Majority Leader, Exum, Hanson, Coleman, Gonzalez, Janal, Sullivan, Cutter, Buckner, Priola, Fields, Marchman, Jaquez Lewis, Kolker, Henriksen. Please have the president. Members, let's recognize the incredible hard work and great job that our Joint Budget Committee members have done this year. And now the next step is for them to go to conference committee and do what they were going to do anyways. But we really appreciate you letting us pretend like we have a role.
Not true.
Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 219?
Senate Bill 219, Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, Representatives Burden Sirota, concerning services to support students eligible to enroll in facility schools and in connection therewith, making and reducing an appropriation.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 219.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 219. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 219 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Will, Janal, Jaquez Lewis, Hanson, Exum, Coleman, Mr. Majority Leader, Marchman, Henriksen, Fields, Priola, Buckner, Kolker. Please have the president. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 221?
Senate Bill 221 by Senators Bridges and Zenzinger, Representatives Burden Sirota, concerning the funding of the Healthy School Meals for All program and in connection therewith creating the Healthy School Meals for All program general fund exempt account, allowing expenditures in excess of appropriations for the program, clarifying how the program should be accounted for in the annual general appropriations bill, and making an appropriation.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the passage of Senate Bill 221 on third reading.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 221. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Baisley, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundin, Smallwood, Liston. With a vote of 29 ayes, 6 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 221 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Malika, Exum, Hanson, Gonzalez, Janal, Sullivan, Winter, Cutter, Henriksen, Marchman, Jaquez Lewis, Roberts, Kolker, Coleman, Mr. Majority Leader, Danielson, Fields, Priola, Buckner. Please have the president. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 228?
Senate Bill 228, Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, Representatives Byrd and Bockenfeld, concerning the creation of the Office for Administrative Services for Independent Agencies in the Judicial Department and in connection therewith, making and reducing appropriations.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 23-228 on third and final passage and urge an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 228. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 228 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Marchman, Majority Leader Moreno, Hanson, Priola, will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 229?
Senate Bill 229, Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, Representatives Sirota and Bockenfeld, concerning the Office of the Statewide Behavioral Health Court Liaison and in connection therewith, making and reducing appropriations.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. Bridges for Bridges. I move Senate Bill 229 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion?
That now.
Seeing none, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 229. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle. With a vote of 34 ayes, 1 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 229 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Mullica, Exum, Mr. Majority Leader, Jaquez Lewis, Gardner, Henriksen, Priola, Cutter, Buckner, Colker, Winter, Gonzalez, Coleman, Mr. Minority Leader, Simpson, Will, will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 230?
Senate Bill 230, Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, Representatives Sirota and Bockenfield, concerning state assistance to counties affected by the 23rd Judicial District and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 230 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, colleagues, I'm going to be a no vote on this bill. I'm not going to urge you to vote either way. This bill is to provide state assistance to counties affected by the 23rd Judicial District, and in connection with therewith making an appropriation. Mostly it's about making an appropriation. Now, I don't know if all of you have the same experience that I do late in the year before every session when your counties come to you and say, don't send me any unfunded mandates. Don't send me any unfunded mandates. You're always passing bills with unfunded mandates. Well, this is a reverse please fund me mandate. Some of you will recall, and the good senator from Aurora will know that she and I sponsored the bill to create the 23rd Judicial District. Now, we have had 22 judicial districts in Colorado since forever. I don't know, since all of my memory. In fact, we were so committed to 22 judicial districts in Colorado that there's a mosaic in the stairwell of the judicial building over there that has the map with all the 22 judicial districts laid out. It also has the water courts, and I don't think we're going to move the rivers, so that one's safe. But 3, 4, 5 years ago, the folks from Arapahoe County and Douglas County primarily, although Lincoln and Elbert were affected, came to us and said, we've gotten so big in the 18th Judicial District, and there was truth in that. But, I mean, just because you're the largest, it doesn't mean you can't be managed. But we have such differing interests. We want a 23rd Judicial District, and you know, we want to make that split. I saw the logic of that, at least because being a person who believes in local determination, I thought, well, they ought to be able to determine that, and if they both wanted to have a divorce, so to speak, of their judicial district and create another, okay, fine. But they came and asked us. And then, you know, the judicial department came to us and said, you know, we got to have a concurrent resolution for constitutional amendment to be able to assign the judges properly, so we did that. And it needed to be done. But imagine my surprise when I got my appropriations packet and realized that the counties then came to us and said, wow, there's a lot of cost and expense. to creating a new judicial district. In fact, for a reason I haven't just gotten into the details of, I guess if you're an employee of the 18th Judicial District and you're going to become an employee of the 23rd Judicial District, you have to get your payout on your accrued leave to the tune of about $2 million. That's next year, though. In a way, I don't know that we have much choice about this. But, you know, for the guy who carried the bill that they asked me to carry, along with others, and we did, and then we carried a concurrent resolution to fix that problem, and I think there was another ancillary bill to deal with some of the other issues. I just really wasn't expecting them to come to us and ask us to pay for it. At least none of them has had the bad judgment to ask me to pay for what was an unfunded mandate. It's to pay for what they requested us to do as a county. Otherwise, had they not asked, we'd have 22 judicial districts, and the 18th would be quite large. And the little subtext of all of this, folks, you know, Arapahoe County's become primarily Democratic, and Douglas County is primarily Republican, and they have this fight, and they want to elect district attorneys, and maybe there was some other subtext to all of this. I'm voting no. I imagine the folks from Douglas County will urge an aye vote, and I get that and I understand that. I just want you to know, when someone comes and asks you to do something, try to extract a promise from them that if it's a local government that wants you to do it, they're not going to come around and ask the rest of the state to pay for it when you give them what they want. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I do appreciate the good senators that carried the 18th and the 23rd Judicial District separation across the finish line. That project actually started years prior to that, a project I was very heavily involved in several years before it ever became a bill here in the legislature. There is a lot more to it than simply one county has trended blue and one county has trended red. It actually has very little to do with it. It may be a motivation for some in this building, but that's not what the people of Colorado were looking for. In the 18th Judicial District, we have, as the good senator from Colorado Springs said, there are 22 judicial districts, and there have been for well over 60 years. So one out of 5 Coloradans is living in one of those. So it is tremendously disproportionately bigger than all the others. However, culturally, this goes back to a bigger issue in which Douglas County used to be a baby county, used to have no more than a couple thousand people when the judicial districts were established. Our health department was Arapahoe County's health department. Our judicial department was Arapahoe County's judicial department. Our jails, our everything was Arapahoe County. As Douglas County has grown up to be a major county of its own, with its own school districts, its own health department now, really the last piece connecting the two counties together, the two major counties together, was the 18th Judicial District. Now, again, it has not been done in over 60 years. It's a lot more complicated to separate something that has been together since the judicial districts were formed decades and decades ago. A lot more complicated than it seems. And with those do come some additional costs. And I appreciate the bill before us today, and I urge a yes vote for that. But this is bigger than simply, I think it was implied. And part of it goes basics to the very fundamentals of our Republican form of government, in that the best form of government is the government that is closest to you. And the people of Douglas County, when our folks were to be arrested or have to go to trial or go to court or be involved in the judicial system, should be able to be involved in the judicial system close to home. I urge a yes vote on this bill and thank the senator from Colorado Springs for helping for many years in this process and totally, very much understand where he is coming from on the financial aspects, but do urge a yes vote on this bill.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, I urge a no vote on this bill, and I'll tell you why. I voted against the enacting legislation in 2020. It was House Bill 1026, precisely for this reason. I knew that it would grow government and cost the state general fund money, as well as the folks living in those counties. There is nothing wrong with being the biggest judicial district. There are many large cities in this state that have a large population that want to be able to control their own direction, and that comes up from time to time. But when it comes to costing the state $6 million for something they asked for and they should fund, I will be a no.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. So, the good senator from Colorado Springs said that this was an unfunded mandate. And in some ways, I think he's right. But this is an unfunded mandate from the people of Colorado, and voters do that to us all the time. Voters go to the ballot and they say, we want you to do this thing. And whether we came up with the idea originally or not, the voters of Colorado, all the voters of Colorado across the state said, we think there should be a new judicial district. And if the bill that had come out of here that proposed that vote hadn't said explicitly, come back and let us know what those costs might be, then there might be more of a leg to stand on. That we had said, well, we said, do you want this? And then they just have to pay for it. But the bill said, let us know what the costs are. It explicitly allowed exactly what is happening here today. And they came back and they said, we can do about half of this. If you could do the other half, we would really appreciate it. We have a duty to make government work and to make it work according to the will of the people. Now, we can often disagree about what that will is and what the best way to get that done is, but in this case, the will of the people is very clear. They just voted to say, create this new district. We said to them, we said in that bill, let us know how much it's going to cost. And this bill is just responding to that will in the way that we set it up. So on behalf of Colorado voters, I ask for an aye vote on this bill.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I don't often take a second time, and it's really not the most earth-shattering and momentous nor most costly thing that we will have done today. I'm going to be a no vote to make a point. The bill probably needs to pass because it's done. But if anybody has any idea of creating their own 24th judicial district anytime soon, you might just tell them to think again. And when people come to you and want to do these splits, and I disagree somewhat with the senator from Greenwood Village about this being our obligation. Our obligation was to fund the courts for 22 judicial districts and to see to it that there's a minimum salary paid for district attorneys for 22 judicial districts. Now we got 23. And again, I went to the mat to get this done because there were people that were skeptical when it was originally asked for. And they wanted it very badly, and I saw the logic of it. Some of it was about population and self-determination. Some of it, colleagues, some of it was about politics. It frankly was. Now that's about population shifts and urbanization and all sorts of things like that. But I just want to make a point with my vote. When you come to me and talk to me about unfunded mandates, and then you come around and ask me to do something and then say, oh, fund me for the thing I begged you to do, I get a little impatient about the whole thing, and I think all of us ought to. And I thank you very much, and I appreciate your indulgence, and I appreciate the discussion. Thank you.
The motion is the passage of Senate Bill 230. Are there any no votes? Senators Gardner, Simpson, Mr. Minority Leader, Pelton B., Priola, with a vote of 30 ayes, 5 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 230 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Van Winkle, Smallwood, Baisley, Colker. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 231?
Senate Bill 231, Senators Bridges and Zenzinger, Representatives Sirota and Buckenfield, concerning the ability of the Division of Labor Standards and Statistics in the Department of Labor and Employment to disperse money in the Wage Theft Enforcement Fund to employees after an employer fails to make payments determined to be owed to the employees, and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 231 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 231. Are there any no votes? Senators Smallwood, Van Winkle, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Mr. Minority Leader, Liston, Pelton B., Pelton R. With a vote of 26 ayes, 9 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 231 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Colker, Jaquez Lewis, Coleman, Exum, Majority Leader Moreno, Mullica, Fields, Hendrickson, Priola, Winter, Cutter, Danielson, Buckner. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 241?
Senate Bill 241, Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, Representatives Byrd and Buckenfeld, concerning the creation of the Office of School Safety and in connection therewith requiring the Director of the Office of School Safety to appoint a grants manager, creating a crisis response unit within the Office of School Safety, specifying that the Office of School Safety has oversight over the School Safety Resource Center, specifying that the School Access for Emergency Response Grant Program is administered by the Office of School Safety and making an appropriation.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 241 with great pleasure. Urge an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. President. I come up here today to express my support for Senate Bill 241. Like I had told you, like my father always told me, if you don't vote for something, you don't get to bitch about it. So I'm going to make sure I vote for this so that I can keep a very clear eye on this as it keeps moving through. With the panacea of what we've gotten from this, that this is going to solve all of our problems. They've made it very clear to me when what I have been trying to do in the last 5 years is absolutely doing nothing to stop the surge of gun violence and violence that we are having. The kids who came from East High down to our offices here and littered the top of the building here didn't come because there was a drug arrest or there was a big gang fight or there was a knifing going on in their schools. It's because shots were fired. Shots were fired outside of their school. Shots were fired inside of their school. And now I was told when this interim committee was set up that there would the only way it was going to move forward was that there would be no conversation about guns in it. And I'm quite frankly unclear how we can work on the violence that is happening in our community if we're not talking about what guns are doing and the fear that it is causing with our students and with our parents and our families. When I had a room full of students from East High come and talk to me, I made it a point to tell them to try and this I'm speaking from experience. I go into the Century 16 Theater and I climb up to row 12 and I sit in seat 11 right next to the seat where my son was murdered. And I do that to fight back the fear that there is something in that movie theater that is going to kill me like it did my son. And I told those students while they were in my classroom, as much as you can, stand up to that fear that is encompassing you every single day and take back your school. Take back your community from what is happening around it and is happening to it every single day. Fight through that fear, because that's the only way we're going to solve any of this. I am supportive of this, and I will certainly be watching this. And when we see any stubbing of our toes, and it's not working exactly as everybody thought it was going to do, I'll be the one that's coming down here asking why it's not doing it. I'm the one who will be coming down here reading transcripts from committee hearings. I will be the one who's going to stand here and read to you articles from the Denver Post. And I'll be telling you how bad this office is, and it's not doing what it's supposed to be doing, and we should do away with it. Because I don't have the patience to wait for my community and the leaders in my community to get a handle on a problem that has been impacting our communities for decades. I ask for your support on Senate Bill 241. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this bill is a JBC bill, which is why we are debating this bill right now in following our budget bill. It was part of our bill package. It came to the Joint Budget Committee as a decision item using evidence that had been presented to us about the existing state of school safety in Colorado and the fact that we have a patchwork of approaches. And that's because we have not ever had a unified approach to school safety before. We've had solutions that have been brought forward through individual bills. We've had grants that have been brought forward through individual bills. And those programs live in many different areas of our state, and we realize that may be an inefficient way to approach this topic. So we discussed it. The reason why it's a JBC bill in particular is because the funding of this office already exists in various forms, and we had a conversation about what kind of funding would need to take place in order to pull all these programs together that are already existing. We're not creating anything new, but we're pulling it all together so that we can have a more unified voice around this topic. We also want to make sure that this office reaches all corners of our state. I'm from the Western Slope. That's where I grew up. And I can tell you that things are different depending on where you are located in this state. And I really don't like it when we sponsor bills that primarily affect only the Denver metro area. The whole purpose of pulling these disparate programs together under one roof is to make sure that it is reaching throughout our state, all of our 178 school districts. Part of the reason why I am a co-sponsor of this bill, and the reason why the Joint Budget Committee decided as a whole, because in order for it to be a Joint Budget Committee bill, it has to be a 6-0 vote. All members of the Joint Budget Committee have to vote in order to sponsor a JBC bill. It's an indication of our level of bipartisanship and collaboration. But what motivated me personally, I will tell you, is I've had the opportunity over the years to get to know Frank DeAngelis and the folks that operate the Frank DeAngelis Foundation and the Community Center for Safety in Wheat Ridge. It's not in my district, but it is in my school district, and it is in my county. And I've had an opportunity to tour that facility, sit down with people who operate in that facility. And it's really important that you know that what we're doing today is not just one thing. It's pretty comprehensive. It's about safety preparation around bullying. It's around safety for school resource officers. It's about online safety. We have a program with Chizo, which is this character which induces fear into me, but for some reason the kids like him. It's about swatting, which is a new practice that we are seeing much more here in Colorado, and we've already seen instances of it here during this session. It's about safety preparation and the role of parents. It's about opportunities to partner with organizations, the Community First Foundation, we have the dogs of the DeAngelis Center, we have recovery programs. Safe to Tell, for example, which is an important program that we have here in the state. Interacting with the I Love You Guys Foundation, making sure that we have training that is available, community safety education, that we are looking at threat assessment training, that we're doing suicide prevention training, and a whole host of other things. To me, it's unfortunate, but I think it's necessary. I do believe it's necessary. I have kids that are in school, and I want to make sure that they are safe and that they can continue to learn. And I think it's about time that the state of Colorado makes that front and center, and I do believe that this office will help us get us there.
Senator Fields.
Good morning, Mr. President and colleagues. I stand in strong support for this Senate Bill 241. And the reason I stand for it is not because I'm from Aurora, I'm from Arapahoe County, or that I represent Denver. It's because I proudly serve the state of Colorado. So when you hear this situation or whatever about it's not about this, it's not about that, it's about the kid. It is about the child. I can't stop thinking about those 9-year-olds. That's 3rd grade. Who had a right to be alive today. Their parents are struggling with trying to understand how this could happen, how someone could rush into a school with AR-15 and kill teachers and administrators and these babies. It is not about a demographic. It's about our students and protecting their future. We have enough rhetoric when we're talking about that it's not just a metro-centric thing, or this is a rural thing. It's about life for some people. This is about life. And I believe that every child deserves to be in a classroom where there's no fear and there's no violence. And that's what I'm hoping this bill will do. I'm hoping that this bill will do exactly what it says. If you look on page 7, line number 25, this is the piece I really celebrate in this bill, because it says to create a crisis response unit within the office to be able to respond to crisis and emergency events. We need that. We have FEMA. When there's something going on, they rush in there, they help community and the people who've been impacted. It's my hope that we do have a rapid response when we have students, families, and community dealing with gun violence. Because when that happens in a school, and I will mention East High School because I've talked to teachers, I've talked to the students, it's overwhelming. And when it's overwhelming, you need someone that has the skills and the tools and the resources to help people navigate through the trauma. Our kids in schools, they're taught to run, hide, and fight. I didn't grow up in that generation. Run, fight, hide, and fight. Run, hide, and fight. That's our response. Hopefully, this office that's being created, the Office of School Safety, can look at all of the practice that are in place across the state that addresses school safety. Because right now, these kids don't sometimes understand between a drill and a real active shooter. We need this office. We need an emergency response. We need someone that has a keen focus on what's going on in our schools. And it's not an urban thing, it's not a rural thing, it's about our students being able to take their place in our world tomorrow and today. And it's time that we do something like this that addresses all of Colorado to make sure our schools are safe. So I urge a yes vote on Senate Bill 241.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank the sponsors of this legislation, and also several of us were here when the STEM shooting happened in 2019. In the summer of 2019, several of us sat down in the interim committee on school safety, which was the first of its kind. I believe the senator from Colorado Springs was there with me, the senator from Aurora was there with me, and we put hundreds and hundreds, literally over 100 hours of committee time and related time into looking at school safety. And one of the problems we soon discovered when we first started looking into it is that in the time from Columbine into the time we are here today, every year the legislature passes very well-intentioned, very good bills dealing with school safety. and they had piled up upon each other so that some were being very effective, some were being less effective. And in fact, they were distributed among, I believe it was 27 different state agencies. That doesn't even include local law enforcement, local school districts, and things like that. I believe it was 27 state agencies. Things from the Department of Public Safety, the Department of Health, Department of Education, Department of Behavioral Health, Human Services, so on and so forth, and many, many others. Within these, there were different agencies all doing different things. And what this bill does that is fantastic is it brings all those different agencies, all the different missions, because they all in the end have the same mission, and that is to protect our kids and our teachers and to let parents know that their kids are safe and to let the kids be kids and have an education, but they all have a different role to play, and they are all sometimes even working against each other. So what this bill does, and I appreciate it coming from the Joint Budget Committee, especially as the budgets from those many, many agencies will be coming together and working together towards a goal. I very much appreciate it. I appreciate the fact that it's putting safety first, allowing things like Safe to Tell, I Love You Guys, the I Matter program, all to improve and continue to improve to ensure that Colorado continues to be on the very forefront of school safety reforms. It also takes immediate action to combat the youth mental health crisis that we are seeing today. And I could not be happier to see this bill before us and thank those who have worked so hard for many years, at least going back to 2019 is when I became heavily involved as a prime mission of mine, and now to see it come through the Joint Budget Committee and the very hard work the bill sponsors have done this year. So I very much appreciate it. Thank this body and thank the sponsors of this bill.
Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning again, colleagues. I rise in support of Senate Bill 241 and really don't have much to say other than thank you. Thank you to the bill sponsors for bringing the legislation in the first place, and thank you to my colleagues, particularly those on the other side of the aisle who supported the amendment that we added at my urging as well. You didn't have to do that. I know in some districts it's a controversial topic, but I think we're doing the right thing, and I think it's happening at the right time. And I certainly don't think that the Office of School Safety will be a panacea. That's certainly not what I anticipate with Senate Bill 241, but two things. A, I think it is a necessary and timely step, and secondly, I too plan to track this to the extent that I'm able to make sure that we don't see the missteps in this office that we did with the office that we discussed in our prior debates. I want government to be effective and efficient, and to not sit around and wait years before they implement the policy that this body and I feel like the voters and the citizens are looking for. So again, I'm grateful to the sponsors, to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle for making the bill even better, and I'll be an enthusiastic aye vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Kolker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too stand in support of this bill, and I stand in support of this bill with an eye, like the previous speakers from Parker and Centennial had stated, to monitor it as a way to increase school safety, but also see it as a tool in the overall picture of the safety of our students and our children. I earlier brought a bill designed to bring some uniformity to training to school resource officers over the state. Some of the pushback we received on that bill was funding. How are we going to force these people, these officers into training? It's an unfunded mandate. Well, I'm going to continue to work on that, And to me, the funding that we added yesterday, even though it wasn't identified on how to be spent, I'm going to ask some of it be spent on the training of current security personnel and resource officers. So there is some uniform training working on behavior health management in schools and what it looks like from school to school. We already have passed through committee a bill to extend the SAFER grant program. It's still in appropriations, but I think this school safety department will oversee that program and continue it to provide emergency radios so that schools can have direct contact with emergency responders. And I will monitor that through this office. And one of the other things that was in this bill, Section 14, line 19, page 9, the Crisis and Suicide Prevention Training Grant Program, says that the Safety Resource Center in this Office of School Safety and Office of Executive Director will oversee this. I will be curious and to find out what we're doing through this department for the suicide prevention training and getting more information and more training within our schools. As I said, this is a tool. This is a tool for the oversight. I don't think it is the end-all, be-all, but I will be working and monitoring. One thing I want to see in this department is an increase for co-responders in schools. We did not identify that in the funding, but I'm going to be pushing for that. A co-responder to visit homes when there's a safe-to-tell call. Because what I've heard from my constituents is that students are afraid to call safe-to-tell because they're afraid of a uniformed officer or a police cruiser showing up at their door and not knowing what's going to happen. And I think it's very important that this department puts an emphasis on that co-responder program, so I'll be working for that. So for these reasons, I will support this bill and continue to monitor it. Thank you.
Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I rise in strong support of SB 241. As a teacher, I just want to share with you what an active shooting drill feels like. It's terrifying. It's terrifying for students. It's terrifying for teachers. I have held students who are larger than me as they sob and cry through an active shooter drill. Our schools are not safe. In the community in which I live, in the school district which I am employed by, and in the school that my daughter goes to school in just yesterday, a safe-to-tell report came in before school. A staff meeting was held to tell the teachers that it was not a founded, credible report, and yet teachers left the building because they were afraid. Friends, things are broken. I am not faulting the teachers for leaving. I am not faulting the administration. I simply think it's important that we get this nailed down because our kids are being traumatized, not only by the violence that's in our schools, but by the practice we do with students and with adults to prepare for said violence. And so I rise in strong support for this. I'm thankful that everyone's in agreement that we need this office, and I just appreciate you bringing it forward. Thank you very much.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Obviously, I rise in strong support of this bill as well. And had to work very hard to make sure that I was able to get my name on the bill because it's that important to us. We all want it to be on this bill as a joint budget committee. But I stand here today as a state senator and a grandmother who has 6 grandsons, 5 of whom are in our public school system. I just don't understand at times the anger that it was exhibited towards this bill. I don't get it. Because this bill is putting an additional $16 million towards ensuring that our kids, our students, can learn in a safe environment, that our teachers can teach in a safe environment, and hopefully not have that fear that the good senator from Loveland just spoke about. This bill is important. This bill is about us and our ability to do something to keep kids safe and teachers. That's what this bill is about. And yes, they deserve it. So I'm going to be watching these programs and watching this with hope that it succeeds. Not that it fails, but with hope that it succeeds. I strongly urge you to vote in support of Senate Bill 23-241.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, I mentioned this during seconds. I went to Arapahoe High School. A few years after I left, we lost a student to a school shooting. The year after I left, one of my very good friends was in the choir room at Columbine for several hours during the shooting there. The STEM school shooting was steps outside of my district. Anyone who tells you their bill is going to solve a problem is probably lying. This is a complex one. This takes a lot of work from a lot of different people in a lot of different ways. There was an audit in 2019 that said the state's responses were disorganized and needed improvement. And this bill responds to that audit. This bill takes all the disparate pieces in our state government that have been working towards creating school safety and puts them together so they're communicating, they're collaborating, and hopefully they're addressing some of these challenges at schools across our state. This is not going to fix it, though. It's not going to fix it. Wasn't even part of the imaginary in our world before Columbine. And now the news cycle is maybe a couple of days. There is something deeply wrong across America that we need to fix. But making our schools safer, investing dollars in security improvements, in trainings, in co-responder programs, the work this bill will do will make our schools safer. Won't solve the problem, but it is an important step towards that horizon, and we're going to keep making it. Ask for an aye vote.
The motion is the passage of Senate Bill 241. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 241 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senators Gonzalez, Janal, Winter, Cutter, Henriksen, Jaquez Lewis, Colker, Majority Leader Moreno, Fields, Buckner, Priola, Smallwood, Minority Leader Lundin, Gardner, Coleman, Exum, Mullica, Roberts, Liston, Rich, Pelton B, Hanson, Pelton R, Baisley, Will, Simpson, Van Winkle, Buckner. Please have the president. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 216?
Senate Bill 216, Senators Bridges and Zenzinger, Representatives Sirota and Buckenfield, concerning funding to the Department of Early Childhood for the Colorado Universal Preschool Program.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 216 on third reading and ask for your aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. Two things. One, this is the last orbital, but there are a couple more bills coming that are JBC-related bills, so keep an eye out for those later. But most importantly, I've noticed that almost all of the orbitals that weren't on consent were mine, and I just want to say I'm a little hurt by that, folks. But ask for an aye vote on 216.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Just jumping around.
I'm going to talk a little bit about the bill. And just so you all know, we passed a pretty significant piece of legislation last year concerning universal preschool and the Department of Early Childhood. As we have moved forward with the implementation of a new thing that we are trying to stand up here in Colorado, it was brought forward to us by one of our JBC analysts, Mr. Eric Kurtz, that there might be a better way to structure how we go about allocating the funding for this program. And so this bill before you, it keeps all of the policy priorities that we passed in that bill, but it manages the process a little bit more effectively from a budgeting standpoint. Most importantly, we are creating a reserve for the Colorado Preschool Program so that we can waive or ride out the waves of revenue increases or declines so that there isn't an adverse impact to the end user, to the families that are taking advantage of the program. We felt that it was really important that we provide as much consistency as possible. And then secondly, we are trying to make sure that we can increase the number of hours that would be available, particularly for the most vulnerable students, which are guaranteed a certain level of support in and above your average students. So we ask for your aye vote on this. It's not the piece of legislation that established the program, but it is a piece of legislation that is going to make sure that it functions well from the state perspective.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 216. Are there any no votes? Senators Gardner, Mr. Minority Leader, Pelton B, Pelton R, Baisley, Van Winkle, Smallwood. With a vote of 28 ayes, 7 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 216 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Coleman, Gonzalez, Exum, Roberts, Malika, Hanson, Majority Leader Moreno, Jaquez Lewis, Fields, Henriksen, Cutter, Winter, Buckner, Sullivan, Janal, Colker, Priola. Please have the President. Members, before we do move on to seconds, I just want to say one quick note. Throughout debate over the last several weeks, for sure, but recently, we have at times, I would say, slipped up and said words that maybe some of us see as just things that we say, but for others, they take offense and feel that it is demeaning and degrading. And this isn't to point fingers, genuinely. But there have been a few moments that I felt like I wanted to just put a marker down and mention it, not in the heat of the moment, but afterwards, so that we can just contemplate it and be better. But it's about just making sure that this chamber follows its own rules of decorum and mutual respect for everybody. And there may be certain terms and words that we use that are fine in some settings, that are accepted, but I think we all know that when we enter this chamber, we have to hold ourselves to a higher standard to make sure this is an inclusive and accepting place, so everyone feels welcome with their ideas and who they are in this chamber. So it's just a gentle reminder to say that words matter, and we just need to be careful about the words that we use when we're at the well to ensure that we are creating the space that we all want to create in this chamber. Happy to chat with folks if you have questions or want to discuss more about language that we use at the well. General orders. Second reading of bills. Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of general orders, second reading of bills.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted, and the Senate will resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of the general order, second reading of bills, and Senator Danielson will take the chair.
The committee will come back to order, and the court rule is relaxed for everyone in the chamber. Majority Leader Durant, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Leader
I
Moreno.
move House Bill 1025 and Senate Bill 232 lay over until Monday, April 3rd.
The motion before us is to lay over House Bill 1025 and 232 at the Majority Leader's request. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion before us is to lay the bills over. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1025 and Senate Bill 232 will be laid over at the Majority Leader's request. Will the clerk please read the Title II, House Bill 1185?
House Bill 1185, Representatives Doherty and Woodrow, Senator Rodriguez, concerning procedures relating to the replacement of elected officials.
Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1185.
To the bill.
Colleagues, 1185 does some changes to Title 31, which is in regards to municipal elections. There was a time when a whole city council had resigned at the same time, and there was no council members to perform an election. So what this does is make some modifications to the Title 31 vacancies. The bill would allow to identify how a municipal election could be called if there are not enough members of the governing body available to form a quorum. In such situation, the bill gives the municipal clerk the ability to set the election date. There's also some cleanup language in here. The bill was worked on in the House, got pretty positive reviews. Has been supported by CML and the clerks. Not any formal opposition. There's been some discussions about some amendments, but I think clarifications were that it would just cost more money. So, simple bill, ask for an aye vote.
Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Coming up here to express my support for House Bill 1185. It started out a little rough, but there were some concerns not only in the House, but concerns from outside organizations that had been addressed very well in amendments to that bill. So it's in a good position, and I'll tell you why it's important to me in my district. So Florence, which is in my district, actually could have used this guidance a couple years ago when 6 of the 7 council members all resigned all at once, and suddenly there was not a quorum that could be held until until a special election happened like 5 months later. So bills were not paid for 5 months. So this is an issue. most municipalities have something in order, something in place, but for those that do not, this gives a default procedure in case something like this happens where the entire or a majority of a city council were to resign, and where do they go from there? So this gives some guidance. It does give guidance in the form of a requirement, but I think it's well thought through, and I've passed that before the county commissioner, very familiar to this chamber, as former Senate President Kevin Grantham also gives a thumbs up to this and says that would have been useful for them back then. So anyway, I urge an aye vote. Thank you to the sponsor.
Is there further discussion on the bill? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1185. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and House Bill 1185 is adopted. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1099?
House Bill 1099, Representatives Vigil and Weissman, Senators Fields and Exum, concerning tenant screening documentation for residential leases.
I'm going to move the bill.
Senator Fields.
And now I'll move
Madam
the
Chair, I
amendment.
move House Bill 231099 and the appropriation report. Is it this one?
No committee reports.
No appropriation report.
I'm sorry, Senator Fields, I could not hear that through the microphone. Could you please repeat your motion?
I move House Bill 1099.
To the bill.
I'm going to start.
Senator Exum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, colleagues. House Bill 1099, as it stands now, landlords can charge application fees and background checks when someone applies to rent them. So if someone has to go to many different properties in order to find one which works for them, that person has to pay all those fees every time. And that alone can be very expensive before even gotten approval for an apartment itself. The bill we're bringing today simply tries to make an application process a little easier and less expensive for people trying to find an apartment. The bill requires a landlord to accept a prospective tenant's background check and credit report acquired by the tenant themselves, provided the information is current within 30 days and from a reliable source. It also requires a landlord to advertise their rental or advertise tenants of this right before offering to conduct a screening for any fee. If the fee is charged by a landlord or any agent and the transition does not result in a lease agreement, then the landlord is required to share that screening report with the applicant so that they may bring it to another rental. That's basically what the bill does, and I have an amendment. I'll move that a little bit later. I'll let my colleague.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just want to give you a little background how this bill came to us. Basically, it comes from our constituents in El Paso County, also in Arapahoe County. You've probably heard about situations as well. And the issue is that when you apply for a rental location, there's an application fee. Now, it's been a long time since I've had to use an application fee because I own my own home. But I talk to so many people in my community that struggle with the repetitiveness of having to fill out application fee every time they want to access housing. You may not know this, but Colorado is considered one of the 8th highest places to be able to rent. So that's pretty high up there. And so basically that means it is competitive. If you own property, the opportunity for more than one person looking at your unit is kind of high. So that landlord can accept that application fee, not just once, not just twice, but repeatedly. And then the tenant may be denied an opportunity to rent, and so they have to go on to somewhere else, pay another application fee, and on and on and on. It shouldn't have to be that way, and that's what this bill does. it enhances the efficiency as it relates to the rental application through this portable screening application process. You go in, you fill out the information is there. It has information about your background check and your credit history, and you don't have to keep having that person, that tenant that wants to get access to that house or that rental unit, they don't have to do it again and again and again and again. They go online, and the landlord will see the information that they need. And so that applicant, within 30 days, doesn't have to keep filling out an application. They still have to fill out the application fee. They still have to fill out the request to be able to be a renter, but they don't have to keep filling out that application fee. And they range. They range anywhere from maybe $50 to $75 to $100. And when you are someone that doesn't have the resources to keep paying these applications fees, and then you get denied, and you still have to come up with a deposit, and you still have to come up with your first month's rent, and now you have landlords in some cases still having to collect this application fee, and then the one that doesn't get it is just out of that fee. This kind of makes it streamlined in order for the landlord and also for the person that is trying to get access. So this is about expanding opportunities. So if you want to rent, you can now look for rental places, more than one location, and you don't have to keep paying that application fee. One time, you can go, and that information is shared with whatever, you can seek 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever, but you don't have to limit yourself because you don't have the money to pay these repetitive applications fees. This is for saving people money. This is about saving our renters money and giving them greater access to expand housing opportunities for those who choose not to own a home, but those who want to rent. Members, this is a great bill. I'm excited about this bill because it creates opportunities for people to have greater access to housing. So I'm asking for an aye vote.
Senator Exum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment.
There is an amendment at the desk. Ms. Cole, please read amendment number L010.
Amendment L010 by Senator Exum.
Exum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment, if you look on page 6 and line 24, it strikes 1.5C and substitutes 1.5E. Basically, we're taking out from C to E because that wasn't intended to be in there. So we're striking those sections between before C and after E, and ask for an aye vote.
Is there further discussion on amendment L010? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of amendment L010. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Amendment L010 is adopted. To the bill. Senator Janal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a few comments about this bill, and I too agree with the fact that if you're looking for a rental and you're paying fees for, 5 or 6 times, and they're coming out of your pocket and they're never returned, I do have an issue with that. And I think this is a good bill, but it's obvious that this bill targets large landlords that have deep pockets. A corporation with hundreds of units and $2,500 attorney fees and fines is a pretty high price to pay for landlords who have 1, 2, 4 units and are probably not aware of what's going on here, or if, maybe they are, maybe they aren't. One of the things that I'm asking the bill sponsors to look at and possibly work on is that this bill mandates advertising by the landlord. That's a pretty hefty sum, and I'm standing up for the little guys here. You know, it's going to make renting prohibitive if you make if you don't even know or you make an honest mistake and you charge $2,500. And again, that's one area. Application fees, if they're paid on an individual basis as you're applying and you, the prospective tenant and the landlord are in negotiation and you pay that fee, to me, that's fine. But I get the fact that these people are getting nickeled and dimed in regards to application fees that never get returned. One of the other things that, so first of all, the bill mandates advertising by the landlord. Doesn't matter if you're a large landlord or small landlord. The fines are really overboard with $2,500 plus attorney's fees. And the tenant has no penalties for false statements. Let's say you get that credit report and the landlord accepts that, and 2 days or 3 days or a week before the credit report runs out, you file for bankruptcy. And let's say you misrepresent yourself and say, this is my credit report, but don't talk about the bankruptcy. Where are the penalties for that? In my estimation, what's fair coming back at the landlord ought to be fair for the potential tenant. That if there's something that's going on in the time that credit report was written till the present, and the tenant doesn't, they misrepresent, shouldn't there be fairness instead of all one-sided? Why should the landlord have to pay $2,500 and the tenant who misrepresents or has false statements not owe anything? I also want to talk about the penalty and how high it is. And at first, when this bill was written, it was a treble damages. That means 3 times the damages. So if you were charged $50 for an application fee, then the tenant, then the landlord would owe the tenant, or however that would work, vice versa, I hope, but the landlord would be liable for $150. And it should go the other way in what I just explained. So I'm talking on behalf of the little guys here, and I'm very concerned that this is going to be something that is going to make the small mom and pop landlords not want to rent anymore, or it's going to be prohibitive to someone to even want to rent anymore. But it's also going to take away some affordable housing, I think, that is affordable now. And these small mom and pops, they care about who they rent, their rental. They care about people respecting their rental. And I just think that there's some changes in here that I would like to see. Again, these rental units that I'm talking about are in short supply, and they have people that care. And it's not only going to do away with some of them, but it's also going to increase the cost of these rentals because of the $2,500 fine. And so I just wanted the bill sponsors to be aware of what some of the issues are with the little guys and how that's going to affect them. And hoping that, I believe there's an amendment coming, and maybe several, I don't know. But these are friendly amendments, not to hurt, but to help renters as well as landlords, because I think it should go both ways. Yeah, there are bad actors out there, but the majority of landlords care about who they're renting to, especially the small ones. But I would like to ask the bill sponsors if they would consider amendments about what I'm talking about in regards to the smaller landlords.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to thank the good senator from Fort Collins, because that was exactly what I was going to talk about, was the little guy and the $2,500 fine that they're going to have. We have lots of little guys in rural Colorado who rent that I worry about with this bill. I can tell you that we heard in committee that some of these bigger guys too, that with this penalty of $2,500, that it could be millions of dollars if one little mistake is made on the applications. That's something that is very frustrating, because if we want to say, hey, we want people to have housing and have renters and have these people come in and use these facilities, I worry about how prohibited that $2,500 is going to be. So I rise in opposition of this bill.
Senator Liston.
I'm sorry, did you say me?
Senator Liston.
Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I did not hear this in committee because I was not I'm not on the local government committee, but I did hear it from constituents. I'm sure we all probably have a number of constituents that own various rental properties, as commonly said, Ma and Pa entrepreneurs, that they own 1 or 2 or 3 rental properties. I know I can think of several. I'll just say their first names. I have a Donnie, and I have a Dave, and I know I have a couple others that they're probably their biggest investment, even above and beyond their home, are their rental properties. They own 1 or 2 or 3 rental properties. That is their retirement. They have made the conscious decision that they want to be hands-on investors in rental properties in their own communities. And I know in my district, we have the University of Colorado, Colorado Springs. And there are a large number of homes in and around the university that are owned by property owners that they rent to the students. And I know that one of my constituents in particular, he came to me when he heard about this bill and a couple of the other landlord-tenant issue bills. He said, hey, I own these properties. I own them free and clear. I go out of my way to rent at below market rates. It's my way of giving back to the community. I don't need to charge exorbitant rents, so I can rent a $1,500 property at $1,000 or less and still make money and give back to somebody who can't afford $1,500. He was very, very emphatic about that. But these mom and pop property owners, as we probably know, but I'll just emphasize it, they have to pay for all of the repairs to the property. And you can well imagine that, you know, when in the winter, when a pipe breaks and they've got to call out a plumber, the plumber rates now are pretty much close to $150, in some cases $200 an hour. Just, you know, and that's just to come out. And if there's a major repair, it doesn't cost hundreds of dollars, it costs thousands of dollars. Also, they have to pay for the insurance, they have to pay for the taxes, which is not cheap, and then to find out that they could be subject to a $2,500 fine because they supposedly have not followed the exact letter of the law. Suddenly they're upside down on a property that they've committed tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars to, and then that doesn't include the so-called reasonable attorney's fees. Well, not a knock on the attorney's fees, but attorney's fees can be $300 to $400 an hour. So I really hope, like I say, while I didn't hear the nuances in the committee, I have heard from several of my constituents who are mom and pop property owners. Once again, I think of a constituent, Donnie, and another constituent, Dave, and another constituent, Tim, by the way, that just reminded me that they are very, very concerned that they put their life savings, their sweat equity, they put everything into this, and now then the rug's being pulled out from under them. I don't know if there's amendments, but I do hope that the bill sponsors will consider some amendments to mitigate this that will really undermine the idea of property ownership and what these mom and pop people are trying to do, not just for themselves, but for the good of renters as well. So with that, unless there's some amendment, I would urge a no vote on House Bill 1099.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I rise in support of 1099. I'll tell you why. If you read through the bill, there is nothing in this bill that precludes a landlord from doing their own background or credit check, of which I've done for years. Didn't realize you could actually charge a fee and so on and so forth. But the bill offers opportunity for a landlord to accept something that's pre-pulled and should satisfy a number of prospective landlords and saves on fees. So I like the nuance of how they did this. Any landlord should just wrap it into the cost of owning a property, such as replacing a roof or fixing a parking lot, so on and so forth. The fees, my experience, depending on what level of credit check you get, can run anywhere from $40 to $80 to $100 and some dollars. So again, I rise in support of 1099.
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I did hear this.
There's an amendment at the desk. Ms. Cole, please read Amendment L005.
Amendment L005 by Senator Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Amendment L005.
To the amendment.
Amendment L005. You know, I did hear this bill in committee, and I'll just tell you that those of us that are rural legislators, and we have to get apartments, you know, during the session. And so I'm kind of familiar with the fees that are out there. But I am concerned about some of the things that the good senator from Fort Collins also talked about. I want to explain to you Amendment L005 because not everybody gets a copy. But the first part of it is about amending the re-engrossed bill, page 2. This would clarify that the applicant's responsibility to pay for the portable report. The second part of this amendment, page 4, it would substitute at 1.5 and pays for the landlord an additional amount towards the landlord's application processing costs, if any, not to exceed $20 adjusted annually for inflation, or if the prospective tenant does not provide the landlord with a portable tenant screening report, pays the landlord $35 adjusted annually for inflation. or the amount of the application fee, whichever is less. Rental application fees are used for more than simply the cost of a credit report and background check. This ensures that the applicant also pays for the cost of staff time to review the portable report, call references, various things like that. The statute governing application fees already requires that the landlord/property manager gives applicants an itemized accounting of what the application fee is for. I can verify that because, like I said, having to get an apartment in Denver, I do receive that. The next part of this amendment is on page 6, deleting lines 6 and 12. This would remove the obligation to put information about the landlord's portable screening policies in every advertisement. This is an onerous, costly, and unnecessary requirement. The next part of this amendment references page 8, lines 2, and then also on page 8, lines 4 through 8. This deletes the $2,500 penalty for violations that was amended into the bill in the House, not in the bill as it was introduced. This should be at the discretion of the court. We would not oppose language that clarifies that the judge can impose a penalty not to exceed $2,500. But with this current penalty violation, this could add up to quite a bit of money. And I know that maybe you think that landlords are very wealthy, but they're not. A lot of them are not. And I hope that you'll consider supporting Amendment L005. Thank you.
Senator Fields.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I'm urging a no vote on L005. This bill is about removing barriers. And what this amendment does, it creates more barriers. It says here that the landlord wants to be able to use inflation as an indicator so that the potential tenant would have to pay for inflation. Do you know that's how people get their rent increase? You might have a rental unit that you started off paying for the rent and it was like, let's say it was $700 a month. Then inflation comes along. And then all of a sudden you're gonna increase that rental because of inflation. So now when you were planning on just renting for $700, it's now $850. So when it talks about upfront fees for applications as it relates to inflation, the landlords already have an opportunity to kind of put in fees for a variety of different things. And so this amendment is unnecessary. It creates another burden, another barrier to access housing. And every time you fill out an application, you know, a lot of times it's a credit report. And if you have to fill out your credit report, the more times you submit a credit report, it can have an impact on your credit score. We're trying to create efficiencies to help people land into good housing situations. It's a one-time shot. And now this amendment is trying to suggest additional fees. It's just not a right.
Senator Priola.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And members, I also rise in opposition of L005, and I'll tell you why. It's basically a backdoor charge for a credit check, assuming the applicant doesn't bring one forward, and cost shifting the cost from the landlord to the prospective tenant. The real benefit of this bill is that one time prospective tenant can pull a report that they can shop for up to a month, and they can approach 5 or 10 different apartments that they're looking to live in. And instead of paying $50 or $100 each time for 5 or 10 apartments, they can pay $50 or $100 one time. And that is also a cost savings to the apartments they're applying towards. If a prospective landlord isn't comfortable with that, they can always, on their own expense, pull their own background check, or credit report. So this amendment would undermine the current spirit of the bill, and I ask for a no vote on L005.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. It was talked about how this bill is about removing barriers. Well, that's for one side of the bill. The other side, it's adding barriers. This is just another way with this amendment to kind of even it up a little bit. Just because you're a land or a property owner does not mean you're rich. And if you own multiple properties, you know, this could really add up with the $2,500 fee that's a part of this amendment. I rise in full support of this amendment and ask for an aye vote.
Senator Janal.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise in support of this amendment as well. The consumer report, I believe we're talking about, is either a TransUnion or an Equifax, and depending upon what you want in regards to that report, it ranges anywhere from $50 to $100 in the report. In other words, if you want a basic credit report, if you want, that's probably around $49 and rounded off to $50. If you wanted to get a credit report plus a report about criminal activity or anything else that you do credit reports for. I have not done, I will say this, I have not done credit reports. I don't think fees are, I like the idea, the concept of this bill, but I also look at supporting this amendment because what they're trying to say is those fees for those credit reports are going to go up like everything else does. And so we're putting into an amendment something that is going to account, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, but is going to account for the inflation and the increase in these credit reports, what they call consumer reports. I also look at them as credit reports. But I rise in support of this amendment for fairness, again, to the little guys that care a lot about their properties and care a lot about their tenants. And the comment was made, this will increase rent. Yes, it might do that. I don't want it to, but I can't speak for other smaller landlords that might increase the rents. But to me, I ask for your support on this amendment just because it's going to help in a background checks, but also it's going to help, I believe the tenant should carry this and it should be portable. But let's make it fair and let the landlords have some leeway here on what may be inflationary costs.
Senator Liston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I rise in support of this amendment. Let me tell you why. As it was brought up, I think, by my good colleague from Grand Junction, the good senator from Grand Junction, that for those of us that have to rent when we're out of town, excuse me, we have to go through this process ourselves. And I know for a fact that there are a number of large property owners here in the Denver metro area. There is Cornerstone Properties and Redfin, and I know I'm leaving out a bunch of others. Graystar, and but there's a lot of them, is that you pay that fee once, and then you have access to all of their properties. And it's not unusual that these property management companies will own 50 or 100 properties. So it's not like that the prospective renter is having to pay for each of the properties that they might see by the property management or property ownership company. You pay that $50 or $100 once, and then you've got access to 50 or 100 properties or more. Whereas the mom and pops, it's not unusual because they're running on a tight budget and their overhead is very tight as well, is that a lot of times if you want to see their property or two, you can see it and you don't pay anything. So this is a well-crafted amendment, and I would urge an aye vote on Amendment 005. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L005. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The noes have it. L005 is lost. Senator Janal, there's an amendment at the desk. Thank you. Ms. Cole, please read Amendment L006.
Amendment L006 by Senator Janal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I ask for your support on L006 because...
Senator Janal, I'm sorry to interrupt. Could you please move the amendment?
I'm sorry. I move L006, Madam Chair.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. L006 makes it just fair, because if you're a prospective tenant who makes false statements on your rental application or informing the landlord with a with a consumer report, and the example that I can think of is you have your credit report or consumer report that lasts for 30 days. That's great. But what if you have a bankruptcy 3 weeks after the credit report, and you do not tell the landlord that you've had a bankruptcy, and the landlord looks at the credit report and says, yeah, it's great. That's misinformation, and as the landlords are being charged for not advertising for $2,500, my feeling is that if you're charging landlords for a possible oops mistake, and maybe there's a possible oops mistake on the potential tenant, why not go, what's good for the goose is good for the gander? And so this amendment just says that if there are false statements by a prospective tenant on the rental application or material changes in the screening report, and they are not reported to the landlord, then there is also a $2,500 fine and court costs, reasonable attorney fees in defending this claim for the other side. I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. What the good senator from Fort Collins said is exactly right. You know, we tend to just get so tunnel visioned, so narrowly focused on one group of people, we forget about the other. And let's make a level playing field when it comes to, if you have something happen, let's disclose it. If you don't, you ought to pay a price for that. And with that, I like this amendment and urge an aye vote.
Is there further discussion? Senator Fields.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, I'm asking for a no on L006. Once again, we're trying to remove barriers. And this amendment requires the tenant who's looking for an opportunity to be housed, that the landlord can then charge the tenant to be liable to pay the landlord $2,500 if the information is misleading. Now, this is how it works. You go online on this web tool, you put in your name, you put in all the qualifying information, your verification of employment, income, last known address, those kinds of things. And then there's a disclaimer. Are you saying that this information is correct and accurate? And then we have this amendment, which is not necessary. I can tell you most people who are looking for housing when they know that it's limited is not trying to trick anybody. This is about assuming that someone who's filling out an application is going to be deceitful and they're going to mislead the landlord. And there's other information that the landlord can have access to if they need to. But all of those kinds of criteria is already set up. This is not I got you, I'm trying to get into a place and I'm trying to take advantage of the landlord. This is not what this is about. And what this amendment will do, it can charge the person who's looking to be housed a fee of $2,500. We're trying to get people off the streets into housing. And we have this amendment, which is suggesting that if you give any false information, which they already have to put it in, you have to fill in the application. I don't know if when you do something that says error, you know, they won't even let you kind of fill out the rest of it if something is not in agreement. It's just really not what we're trying to do. We're trying to get people access to housing, options for housing. And this amendment, like the other one, is putting up more barriers to keep people out without putting out more money, more money, more money. Vote no on this amendment.
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm going to rise in support of this amendment. It is not okay. It is not okay for a tenant to mislead a landlord. There's a lot of bills out here right now that have to do with landlord-tenant rights. And if you mislead someone, I know that you might be outraged by that $2,500, but the landlord's outraged as well by the $2,500 they may have to pay. So let's level that playing field. It's not okay. And when you do fill out one of those applications, you have to give a lot more information than your previous address. I know that for a fact because I've done that. I urge a strong support for L006.
Senator Janal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just would like to comment on my good colleague from Aurora about housing is in short supply, rentals are in short supply. And she's absolutely right. And that is even more of a reason for the possibility of wanting an apartment so badly that if something catastrophic happened to you or something happened to you that wasn't related to that landlord, I mean, it is an opportunity to mislead. And that's where that misleading information may come in. I hope I'm totally wrong on that, but I know how people want to get into certain rentals and it's, you know, it's competitive. And so if there's a possibility that I go bankrupt 3 weeks after I do my credit report, and I don't tell the landlord, maybe I get it, maybe I don't, you know, that's misleading. So there is competition out there for these rentals. And I agree with the one-time fee. But what I'm trying to say is, if you're charging a landlord $2,500 for not advertising when they may have 1 or 2 units, or even maybe more, why wouldn't you do something that's the same for a tenant who provides misleading information? I ask for an aye vote.
Senator Gonzalez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in opposition to this amendment. Page 8, Section 4 of the bill, lines 1 through 13, is quite clear about both the penalties and the the possibility to cure and to have a $2,500 fee lower down to $50. This is incredibly generous and intentionally crafted in order to provide opportunity for remedy for the landlords. And so this amendment is not necessary. I ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L006. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. Amendment L006 is lost. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1099. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. House Bill 1099 is adopted. Ms. Cole, please read the title for Senate Bill 175.
Senate Bill 175, Senators Hawkes, Lewis, and Rich, Representatives Bazenaker and Taggart, concerning the use of tax increment financing by downtown development authorities and in connection therewith, creating automatic extensions of the periods during which a portion of property tax revenues may be allocated to finance projects of an authority and allowing an authority to incur debt under certain circumstances.
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move Senate Bill 175 and the committee report.
To the committee report. Senator Hawkes Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We had two amendments in committee. The first one actually struck some of the bonding language in the bill in an effort to address some of our Colorado counties' concerns. We did quite a bit of stakeholding with that group. And the second amendment actually ensured that there needs to be a vote of the city councils before any DDA can be extended. And so that gives some extra input on the length of time that a DDA exists.
Is there further discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. To the bill. Senator Hawkes Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 175 is actually a terrific bill that helps those private-public partnerships that work with downtown groups, that the downtown development authorities, so that we can foster economic, cultural, and social growth in a central business district. They're vital to the region itself, to the cities themselves, but they also have a large impact on regions around. So this is an important bill for many communities in Colorado.
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As my co-prime mentioned, this is a bill about DDAs that are approaching their 50-year mark. I'm really excited about this bill because the Grand Junction Downtown Development Association has done all sorts of great work that has been transformational for downtown Grand Junction. For example, the Grand Junction Riverfront Corridor was a partnership with the DDA and the City of Grand Junction to develop the Riverfront Corridor of downtown, which includes Las Colinas and Dos Rios. This project transformed what was a former uranium mill tailing site and junkyard into a public amenity, including a boat launch, dog park, and riverfront bike trail, while spurring private investment and attracting small businesses. I'm going to stop right there for just a minute because when the Riverfront project was first dreamed up, I worked for the individual that thought that would be a good idea. He was a former state legislator, and I was his legal secretary and worked with him. But I remember him coming out to my desk and saying, "Don't you think it'd be a great idea to have a riverfront run through the downtown Grand Junction?" And now when you see what it is today, I wish he would have lived to have seen that, because it has become something incredible and has certainly spurred a lot of business in Grand Junction. So with that, I'm asking for an aye vote and hope that you can support this bill.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Members, with regard to Senate Bill 175, I just want to be clear that I am not opposed to downtown development authorities, not opposed to urban renewal authorities, which the two are similar. They're not the exact same, but the two are similar and try to do the same kind of things and take areas that are blighted or maybe not developed and do redevelopment on them and bring them to life. They have done some great things. Not opposed to downtown development authorities at all. What I am opposed to is that a municipality can set up a downtown development authority. With this bill, if it passes, they can essentially do it in perpetuity. So it started off, it was supposed to be 30 years, and then they could do a 20-year extension. So you would think that at some point within that 50 years that they would have been able to get it redeveloped to a point where they don't need to keep taking everyone else's tax dollars, every other taxing entity's tax dollars, to be used for their redevelopment, because that's what occurs. And then they like to go on and say that they assume that the redevelopment would not have happened had it not been for the DDA. That's kind of that but-for argument. But for the redevelopment, we wouldn't have had this happen, and so your taxes wouldn't have increased. It's an argument that truly cannot be proven. What happens in a downtown development authority, again, similar to an urban renewal authority, is city creates these, and in a downtown development authority, there is no requirement for an intergovernmental agreement between the other taxing entities. So the other taxing entities may be a county, in all reality they are going to be a county, school districts, fire districts, a water district, a sanitation district, a community college district. In the case if you're in Weld County, you have Ames Community District, it's a mill levy that's on there. And what happens after they create it, without any partnership with any of the other taxing agencies, they then take an incremental tax. They take tax revenues and move them over into the DDA to be used for something different than what the taxpayers voted for. Because when taxpayers vote for and pass a tax in counties, it's a property tax, sometimes it's a sales tax, that has very specific uses. For school districts, I want you to think about school districts, because what happens with school districts? In the case of the 19 DDAs that are located in the state of Colorado, from Grand Junction to Fort Collins to Windsor to Greeley, Longmont, Denver, they basically require about or up to $33 million of school district taxes go to DDAs. And some of that is for bonding. So again, school districts went out to their folks and said, hey, we need to pass a bond because we got to build an elementary school, we've got to add on to something. Anyways, the taxes that were supposed to go towards paying out that bond are now infringed upon to be spent in a DDA area for redevelopment. School district has no say. This is where the municipality, when setting up or when extending these, gets the opportunity to say, yes, we're going to take everyone's, we're going to set this up, we're going to take all these other taxing entities' taxes and use them in our area. With regard to the school districts, well, let me back up before I go on to my amendment. Before y'all think this is, you know, there's this base year, things move around, they're going to get some of their taxes, it's the changes between the base year and the increase, that's the increment. Here's how it works in DDAs. On the readjustment, the first 30 years of existence is stuck on the valuation, so the base valuation at the time of inception. So if your DDA was established in 1990, your base valuation is based on whatever the assessed values were and the taxes were in 1990. So for the first 30 years, the existence is stuck on the valuation at the time of inception. On the 20-year extension, on the 20-year extension, the base is moved up 10 years. Thank goodness. So if it started in 1990, they're now at their 30 year and they want to extend another 20 years. 1990, 30 years is 2020. Their base now moves up to 2000. It just moves up 10 years. It doesn't move up to reestablishing a base in the current year. It would move up to something that's still 20 years behind. And then on the extension part, the base is moved up 10 years, and then for the first 10 years, they get to move up the base an additional year. They are still always behind. They are always behind in the base valuation. It never gets caught up. And you know, the great thing about when you're doing a DDA, you're thinking you're going to do this redevelopment, and at some point it's supposed to actually kind of pay for itself and be done. This bill allows for the DDAs to essentially go on in perpetuity. Current law says 30 years, you get a one-time 20 extension. This bill says you get to do it, you can have automatic and reoccurring 20-year extension periods for the property tax increment financing arrangements. That's perpetuity. So yesterday we heard a lot about the budget stabilization factor and how are we going to get that paid down? How are we going to get that paid off? Every dollar counts. I want to remind you that when school districts are included as a taxing entity, that when their taxes are swiped away, taken and used in a DDA instead of used for school districts, it's the state who has to backfill that. And like I said, I looked up annually. In this state, that means approximately $33 million of tax dollars that were supposed to go to school districts is now going to a DDA. I didn't go through and try and figure out and research if that $33 million annually is all related to that the state has to backfill, so there might be some bonding in there. But again, those bonds were passed for specific reasons, and I'm pretty sure it wasn't for a DDA.
There's an amendment at the desk. Ms. Cole, please read Amendment L004.
Amendment L004 by Senator Kirkmeyer.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L004.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment simply removes school districts from being one of the taxing entities that have to participate, not at their own volition, but have to participate in a DDA. It basically says that notwithstanding the provisions of this section in the bill, that any 20-year extension period allowed pursuant to this subsection, a school district shall not be among the public bodies for which a portion of property taxes is allocated to the special fund of the municipality. So in other words, we're saying school districts do not have to have a portion of their property taxes allocated to a special fund of the municipality. We're saying you can't take the school district's taxes and put them over here for the municipality's use. No. And we're also saying that the state should not be responsible to have to backfill this. Annually, just in downtown development authorities, it's up to $33 million. That's annually, and I just keep saying it because this will go on for 20 years in an extension. I already showed you and told you how the base is not increased enough. It's always 20 years behind. Always behind. We talked about yesterday about the budget stabilization factor, and we talked how important it is that we buy that down. Well, if the state has to keep backfilling DDAs or municipalities, backfilling school districts because of DDAs, it makes it that much more difficult for us now and in the future to ensure that we not only buy it down now, the budget stabilization factor, but that we're able to maintain that in the future. And I am only talking about DDAs. I just want you to know that what is still out there on any existing prior to about 2000 and I want to say 14 or so, any existing urban renewal authority, the state is still backfilling taxes because of school districts having their taxes swiped over to a municipal use. So I'm asking for an aye vote on L004. The state should not be backfilling school districts to have their taxes moved to a downtown development authority. Should not be happening. I'm asking for an aye vote on L004.
Senator Hawkes Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And let me tell you why L004 is not a good idea. Because this amendment would actually undermine the existing legislative intent of the TIFs altogether. The DDAs are not taking money from the school districts. The revenue that the school districts are sharing are offset in two different ways. The general school district mills are 100% backfilled by the state in the School Finance Act. And the development work of the DDA increases the property in and outside of the DDA. And so both of these offset the revenue. But let me give you a clear example. If we take a look at Poudre Valley, in 2022, Poudre Valley School District shared $3.25 million in general mill levy revenue with Fort Collins DDA. That amount was 100% backfilled by the state from the School Finance Act. The state collected over $14 million in sales tax revenue. Therefore, the state's cost to backfill is more than offset by a factor of 4 to 1. We ask for a no vote on Amendment 04.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I could not have said it better than my colleague from Boulder County. That was exactly going to be my point. And as someone who has authored and carried the School Finance Act, I can tell you with full authority that school districts do not lose out when it comes to DDAs. They do not lose out when it comes to urban renewal authorities. They do not lose out when it comes to these types of situations in which we are implementing a TIF situation. And not only that, but they stand to benefit greatly, because had those improvements not happened in that area, then the the property tax area, which is the majority of the way that school districts collect their revenue for local share, goes down and creates a bigger problem for the state. We are already backfilling local governments at the state of Colorado for school finance. We have taken steps over the past couple of years to get us to a better place where we are more sharing in that obligation, but in no way do DDAs impact the ability for us to properly fund our public schools, and I would have to please ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the good senators from Arvada and from Boulder County, and I appreciate them bringing this up here. But I too agree with the good senator from Weld County that we shouldn't be backfilling the municipalities with school funding. I mean, that's basically what we're doing, and it's not affecting the way they're funding school funding, but we are backfilling with that money because of the way the DDAs are funded. And it just really bothers me. Being a former county commissioner, I've seen this a lot with URAs. We don't have a DDA, but I've seen a lot of it with URAs, and it just really is not, sometimes those boards get a little bit out of control, and it's not a good thing. I think that you should be held accountable with to be an elected official. So thank you very much, and I ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, let's just be clear. The school districts don't have an option or not whether they share their property taxes. It's not a sharing. The municipalities determine where the district or the downtown development authority exists. They put everything in place. They put a fund in place, and then the taxes are merely transferred over to that fund. The school district has no say in where or how their property tax revenues are spent. And we're worried about undermining the intent of the TIF, of tax incremental finance. How about we undermine voters? Maybe we should be more concerned about undermining the will of voters who voted for a tax increase to be able to bond and build an additional school or add on to a school because they need it. How about we be more concerned about the intent of the voter and the intent of what the school district needs to have done in their school district with their taxes? And the correct statement was this: 100% backfilled by the state. That's correct. 100% backfilled by the state. When we're trying to buy down the budget stabilization factor. And do I need to remind you all? Apparently I do. In 2021, a bill was passed. 1164 required school districts to increase their mill levies, 1 mill a year, till they get to 27 mills. That wasn't for downtown development authorities. That was because we were trying to increase the school district share in the funding of schools throughout the public school system throughout the state of Colorado. So DDAs and tax increment financing are very contrary to the bill that was passed in 2021. And to be clear, if they were really concerned about school districts and other taxing entities, we wouldn't be 20 years at least behind in the base valuation. If these DDAs did their job in their first 30 years, then we should be bumping it all the way up. You want to renew for 20 years? Let's set the base at the new extension period. But that's not what they want to have done. They want to continue in perpetuity using school districts' tax revenues to fund their redevelopment. A lot of times, and I don't know for certain, but I'm just saying a lot of times from my experience over the course of the last 30 years with regard to urban renewal areas and downtown development authorities, while the municipality is more than happy to share in everyone else's from other taxing entities' taxes, a lot of times they don't even include their own sales tax revenue that increases. How is that okay? Let's go take another taxing entity's taxes that were meant for a different purpose. And in this case, since it's the state backfilling, it's essentially the state's taxes. It's the revenues that come into the state. It's very clear in the fiscal note when it says the decrease in local collections will require an increase in the state's share of total program funding for school finance. That is what's said in the fiscal note. Very clear, accurate statement. Again, I renew my motion to vote for and support L004. Municipalities should not have the opportunity to use tax revenue that is supposed to be going to school districts, whether it's for the bond or for their share, to fund the education system in this state. It should remain where it's at. We need to remember, again, 2021, we required those school districts, some school districts, to increase their mill levy. This year, we had a lot of discussion. We had a lot of discussion last year about buying down the stabilization factor. Well, if we have to keep backfilling, not just in DDAs, but in previous urban renewal areas, it makes it just that much more difficult for us to do so. I urge an aye vote on L004.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L004. All those in favor say aye. A division has been requested. documentation.
Let us count our votes, huh? I don't know, I just got back like you.
Thank you, members. The division has been requested. All those in the chamber not entitled to vote, please be seated. The motion before us is the adoption of Amendment L004. All those in favor, please stand and remain standing until the vote is taken. Thank you. All those opposed, please stand and remain standing until a vote has been taken. The chair is not in doubt. Amendment L004 is lost. Senator Kirkmeyer. An amendment is at the desk. Thank you. Ms. Cole, please read Amendment L005.
Amendment L005 by Senator Kirkmeyer, amend printed bill page 3, line 3 after 3.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L005.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment is pretty easily stated, even though it's fairly lengthy. It's one page. Basically, what it requires is that the municipality or the DDA would have to negotiate an intergovernmental agreement with all of the other taxing entities that would be included within the boundaries of a DDA. This is a fairness issue. This is just merely about fairness. Remember what I said earlier, for those of you who weren't here, DDAs in this bill would be able to go into perpetuity. Currently, they're able to go, they start off at 30 years, get their redevelopment done, get to a place where they're not supposed to be needing anybody else's tax monies, any other taxing entity's monies, and then they get the opportunity to extend for 20 years. That's current law. So 50 years. And apparently that's not enough. I mean, some of these DDAs are now into maybe their third redevelopment. Now the bill would allow for the extensions to automatically occur. They could go for 20-year extensions forever. DDAs would get to exist forever. And the base that the tax increment is figured from is always trailing. It's always trailing. And as I said earlier, the whole premise of the DDA and what they'll try to explain to you from a municipality's point of view is that it assumes the redevelopment would not have happened had it not been for the DDA. That's an argument that cannot be proven. And then not only that, they have to just keep redeveloping and keep using other taxing entities' funds. Municipalities should not be allowed to make unilateral decisions on other taxing entities' tax revenues. All the other taxing entities, they have no leverage, they have no voice, and they have no accountability. The other taxing entities have to justify their mill levies to the people who vote for them. The municipalities don't have to justify to the taxing entities the tax revenues that they're taking from them. The revenues get redirected in a manner that the taxing entities, so that could be a county, fire district, water district, sanitation district, school district still, community college, their revenues are redirected in a manner that they have no accountability on. That was most likely not the intent of what the taxpayer thought they were voting for with regard to their mill levies, or what they thought their taxes were going to. It's not a question of whether or not taxing entities should be happy or grateful. It's a matter of restoring accountability. So what I'm asking for is what is very similar to what is in the Urban Renewal Authority language in statute. In the Urban Renewal Authority statute, it requires that IGAs are negotiated. If they can't work it through, then they just go to mediation. In the DDA, I figured I'd just make it simple and say, go work out an intergovernmental agreement with the other taxing entities. Go negotiate an intergovernmental agreement so that they're aware of where their taxes from their taxpayers are going. Because a lot of times in these redevelopment areas, they use public tax funds for things that are not public infrastructure. They might use it for things like Christmas tree lights. Doing the landscaping, not public landscaping, but doing the landscaping for a developer. I know in Weld County, again, we weren't opposed to downtown development authorities. We're not opposed to urban renewal authorities. We were opposed to them using public tax dollars in a way, in a manner that is not suitable for public tax dollars. The intergovernmental agreements that we would work out with urban renewal authorities would be to say that any tax dollars you receive or that you swipe, that you take from the county, any incremental of an increase that should have come to the county in the first place, that you use that for public good, for public infrastructure, for sidewalks, for storm drainage, for lighting, for water lines, for sanitation, sewer lines, but that you don't use it to go put on a picnic in the park that doesn't have a benefit for all taxpayers in the county, that you don't use it for Christmas tree lights or Christmas lighting, that you actually use it for a public benefit that we could justify to all taxpayers within the county. That's what this amendment is about. It's just saying that the DDA should be required to have an intergovernmental agreement with all the taxing entities on the use of their tax funds. That's it. It's about accountability. This should not be a hard sell. Shouldn't be a hard sell to municipalities, because Just because it's easier to take another tax entity's revenues, that's a really sweet deal for the city. It's not a sweet deal for all of the other taxing entities. I urge an aye vote on L005.
Senator Hawkes Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I thank the senator from Weld County for the explanation around urban renewal authorities, but DDAs are not urban renewal authorities. They shouldn't be treated in the same way. They exist for two separate purposes. The urban renewals transform and renew blighted areas. DDAs are very different from that. What we need to do with this bill is to make sure that we continue the broad community input and involvement, and we actually fixed that. We did an amendment, L02, that says that the governing body must, every 25 years, renew the DDA. And this is what's important about this bill, is that we are bringing in more community involvement. Douglas County joined us in support of this bill because of the amendment that we've already run. The DDA's plan of development is approved by elected city council. The other piece that is really important for us is current law allows for the specialized TIF agreements within these entities. And with the first 20-year extension, the statute allows for taxing entities to negotiate with the sharing back. So the negotiation continues. We have input from local communities. School districts can serve on the DDA. Commissioners, county commissioners serve on the DDA. We do not need this amendment. It will complicate the process. We need to encourage economic growth of our downtown districts. We need them to continue. They've been growing. We've added on DDAs in the last few years. Why would we want to put this administrative burden of this amendment to stop that growth? I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The other taxing entities there are only there at invitation only. There is nothing that requires the collaboration and the partnership that the good senator from Longmont spoke about. In fact, the only reason that Weld County is on the Greeley Downtown Development Authority is because we own property. It's where the courthouse is, and it used to be the jail. So it's a bit misleading to say, oh, they can all be there. They can all only be there if the municipality wants to have them there. This is the municipality. They've got a great deal going on here. They get to determine to create a downtown development authority, and then they get to use the tax increment finance, which is very similar to an urban renewal authority. Then they get to use that to redevelop their downtown. This is about fairness. Before the municipality should have the opportunity to use another taxing entity's taxes, they should have to put in place an intergovernmental agreement between the taxing entities. That is not contrary to what they're trying to do. They should be trying to encourage these partnerships, true partnerships. Not, oh, we kind of like you, and so we'll talk to you about it. Or maybe they're not getting along with their fire district, or their water district, or the sanitation district, or the county. So they don't even attempt. You get a notice that says they're going to have a public hearing, and that's it, because that's happened. So again, I'm just asking for fairness. Before a municipality gets to go on and use someone else's taxes, that they have to negotiate an intergovernmental agreement with that other taxing entity. I urge an aye vote.
Senator Rich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not going to go back over everything that my co-prime sponsor talked about, but I do want to mention something about being able to serve on the board of a DDA. When I was the county treasurer, one of our county clerks, or not county clerks, county commissioners, was very interested on being on the DDA. That county clerk went down to the DDA office, more than welcome to be there to serve. But that county clerk listened to what a DDA does and decided that they didn't want to be on the DDA. That was their choice. Not everything has to be in state law. This should be a community decision on who wants to be on there. I have talked to our DDA director, and if he has told me time and time again, and just within the last week, that if they wanted to serve on the DDA board, they could. Even though they don't own property in downtown Grand Junction. I don't even know that maybe one of our commissioners actually lives within the city limits, but they're not trying to keep people from going to be on the DDA. So I urge a no vote on this. I think it's a lot of this was resolved in committee, and I think it's misleading what you're saying. I urge a no vote.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. L005 doesn't require that another taxing entity, so a fire chief or a board member off of the fire department or a county commissioner or a school board member, doesn't require that they have to be on the DDA board. L005 doesn't say that they don't appreciate having DDAs in place. I know what a DDA does. I understand that it's another tool in the toolbox for economic development. What I'm saying is, in L005, this is a fairness issue. This is the other taxing entities have the opportunity to leverage their voice, have a voice, and have some accountability with regard to how their property taxes on behalf of their citizens are being used. This amendment is just about an intergovernmental agreement between taxing entities. The municipality should not have the ability to go use some other taxing entity's property taxes without their voice in this. So I didn't say they had to be on the board. I said the only reason that in Will County we were on the board is because we owned property. They invited property owners to be on the board. Appropriate. The good senator from Longmont was trying to make it sound like everybody's happy and they all go and they just join up. That's not how it works. Maybe in the last few years, sure, after the Urban Renewal Authority language got adjusted. But prior to that, no. And we're talking about DDAs that we're asking for extensions in perpetuity every 20 years, so a DDA can last forever now. So if you thought in 1990 that your DDA was going to go away, or if you thought in 1970 that the DDA eventually would go away, guess what? You were wrong. And they don't even have the decency to modify the base to current year before they go off again. And the reason there was nobody talking about this in committee is because I wasn't there. So I'm asking for an aye vote on L005.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L005. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The noes have it. Amendment L005 is lost. To the bill. Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to bill sponsors for bringing this bill. I do have an amendment, which I'll put on the desk.
There's an amendment on the desk. Thank you. Ms. Cole, please read Amendment L006.
Amendment L006 by Senator Van Winkle, amend printed bill, page 1, line 105, strike authority and substitute authority, page 1, strike lines 106 and 107.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I seem to have actually lost my physical copy of the, there it is. So the committee did some very good.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but could you please move the amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move L006.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now, this bill actually, it really doesn't do anything. It doesn't change anything in the bill. It just shortens the title because in committee, a very good amendment was put on that makes me inclined to like the bill much more. And what it did is it removed the ability for DDAs to issue bonds. However, what was forgotten when we passed that amendment is that was actually in the title of the bill. And so what this does, it doesn't actually change the bill, it just shortens the title to reflect the actual bill as it stands today. I ask for a yes vote.
Senator Hawkes Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The amendment is unnecessary, but we have been working very hard with Douglas County, and if some folks believe that this would clarify the title, I don't think that we really have any strong objections to it.
Senator Hawkes Lewis, are you in favor of this measure or opposed?
We're neutral, so well, we can accept the amendment.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My thanks to the bill's sponsors for accepting this amendment. It really doesn't do anything. It doesn't change the bill itself. It just simply reflects in the title of the bill the new status of the bill. So thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is Amendment L006. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and Amendment L006 is adopted. To the bill. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 175. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 175 is adopted. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
The motion before us is to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The committee will rise and report.
she's right around the corner. I think she's right in that room.
The Senate will come back to order. Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met and had a number of bills under consideration. Ms. Cole, please read the report.
Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report it has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 175 is amended, passed on second reading, and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bills 1185 and 1099 is amended, passed on second reading, and ordered revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1025, Senate Bill 232, laid over until April 3rd, 2023, and retaining their place on the calendar.
Will the clerk please excuse Senator Gonzalez and Senator Hansen? Senator Danielson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the adoption of the report.
The motion is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report, and there is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Amendment 1 to the Committee of the Whole report?
Cal Amendment 001 to House Bill 1099. Senator Rich moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to show that the following Rich Floor Amendment L005 to House Bill 1099.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Cal 001 to Senate Bill 1099.
Is there any discussion? Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is an amendment that we talked about that had to do with several different parts of this bill. You know, there's going to be a time that we're going to see a lot of various landlord-tenant bills, and this is one of those. And this bill might unintentionally hurt the very people that you're hoping to help, but it will, if this amendment passes, it will clarify that it is the applicant's responsibility to pay for the portable report. It will also, the rental application fees, you need to know, are used for more than simply the cost of a credit report and background check. This ensures that the applicant also pays for the cost of staff time to review the portable report, call references, and various things. The statute governing application fees already requires that the landlord, property managers give applicants an itemized accounting of what the application fee is used for. I can attest to that. I have to get an apartment when we're over here. It also deletes the $2,500 penalty for violations that was amended into the bill in the House. It wasn't in the bill as introduced. This should not, this should be at the discretion of the court. We should not oppose language that clarifies that the judge can impose a penalty not to exceed $2,500. I ask for an aye vote.
Further discussion. Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, I'm urging a no vote on this Cal Amendment 001 to our Senate Bill 1090, House Bill 1099.
Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before the body is the adoption of Cal Amendment 1. Are there any no votes? Senators Coleman, Exum, Majority Leader Moreno, Henriksen, Marchman, Rodriguez, Bridges, Colker, Fields, Priola, Buckner, Winter, Jaquez Lewis, Cutter, Danielson, Sullivan. Please have the president. With a vote of 16 ayes, 17 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, the amendment is lost. The question before the body is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 33 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, to excuse the committee of the whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 175 is amended, passed on second reading, ordered engrossed, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bills 1185, 1099 is amended, passed on second reading, in order revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1025 and Senate Bill 232 laid over until April 3rd and retaining their place on the calendar. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that consideration of House amendments to Senate bills lay over until tomorrow, March 31st.
The motion is to lay over the consideration of House amendments to Senate bills until tomorrow, March 31st. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? The ayes have it, and consideration of House amendments to Senate bills will be laid over until tomorrow. Consideration of conference committee reports. Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1101?
House Bill 1101, Representatives Vigil and Bacon, Senators Winter, F. and Henriksen, concerning support for transit and in connection therewith increasing the flexibility of the Ozone Season Transit Grant Program and increasing opportunities for transit agency participation in regional transportation planning.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate reject the first report of the first conference committee and on 1101 and dissolve the conference committee and the second conference committee be appointed. After conversations with the good senator from Brighton, we feel like we are in agreement on where this conference committee report should be.
Further discussion. Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I simply want to say I agree, and I appreciate the opportunity to work with the good senator from Westminster and the good senator from Pueblo. I think this will be a very short conference committee because we are in agreement with regard to amendments, and I just again want to say thank you. Appreciate it.
The motion is to reject the first report of the first conference committee on House Bill 1101, to dissolve the first conference committee and to appoint a second conference committee. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 33 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, the motion is adopted. The following senators are appointed as members of the Second Conference Committee on House Bill 1101, Senators Winter, Henriksen, and Kirkmeyer.
I guess so.
You did.
Okay, correction. So same members, Senator Winter will be the chair, though. Will the clerk please read the title of House Bill 1030?
House Bill 1030, Representatives Sirota and Soper, Senator Hinrichsen, concerning a prohibition against requiring compensation to a healthcare staffing agency if a contracted healthcare facility hires the healthcare staffing agency's employee as a permanent employee of the healthcare facility.
Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate adopt the first report of the First Conference Committee on House Bill 1030.
Is there any discussion? Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. President. So we had a second reading amendment to this bill because there's different models for temporary staffing placement in healthcare facilities. And one of those models is a direct hire model. And we wanted to prevent against any abuse where that should have been the model that was used if there's a immediate hiring on of a individual who is placed in that healthcare facility. And so we put in a 30-day restriction that in the first 30 days after a person has been placed in a healthcare facility by a staffing agency, the new statute that we're seeking to add would not apply. But the language that we used in that amendment is from the first day of employment. And that's tricky because we're dealing with staffing agencies and temporary employees that actually work for a staffing agency, but in a healthcare facility. So what we did in conference committee is simply fix that language and clarify that it's from the first day that the individual is placed in the healthcare facility. I ask for your aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is for the adoption of the first report of the First Conference Committee on House Bill 1030. Are there any no votes? Senators. Okay, Van Winkle, Baisley, Simpson, Pelton R, Pelton B, Rich, Liston, Kirkmeyer, Smallwood, Gardner. Mr. Minority Leader. With a vote of 22 ayes, 11 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, the First Conference Committee on House Bill 1030 is adopted. Senator Henriksen.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of House Bill 1030.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is for the repassage of House Bill 1030. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Baisley, Simpson, Pelton R, Pelton B, Rich, Liston, Gardner, Kirkmeyer, Mr. Minority Leader, Smallwood. With a vote of 22 ayes, 11 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1030 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Will the clerk please read the title to House Bill 1011?
House Bill 1011, Representatives Titone and Weinberg, Senators Hinrichsen and Marchman, concerning a requirement that an agricultural equipment manufacturer facilitate the repair of its equipment by providing certain other persons with resources needed to repair the manufacturer's agricultural equipment.
Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate adopt the first report of the First Conference Committee on HB 1011.
Is there any discussion? Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Mr. President. We met as a conference committee and we clarified a couple of amendments that we passed here in the Senate. We clarified something around the MOU to make sure that the statute is the floor, the MOU goes above. We clarified some language about parts. We clarified language around firmware. And we made sure that the data that is accessible has to be accessible with owner consent. We additionally went beyond the scope. We tried to clarify some language around dealer that was brought to us from the good senator from Alamosa. And then we also added some safety liability language so that if farmers or their repair people are working on equipment, that they are not liable for any safety issues that result from that. So I would urge and I vote on this conference committee.
Is there any further discussion? Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I participated in the first conference committee for what is referred to as the right to repair bill about agricultural equipment. And it was a bit of a mixed bag for me. We all authorized to go beyond the scope of differences, which ended up being rather important, again, correcting after three readings in the House and 3 readings here in the Senate. We still need to fix the definition of what a dealer was. And then more importantly, we really needed to correct language around safety components, where by inference, as the bill was left here, there was an inference that producers and independent repair providers could temporarily bypass safety components, which is problematic for me. If you look at that piece of machinery sitting on my desk over there, it's called a swather. It makes a 16-foot cut of alfalfa or hay or whatever forage we're cutting, and there are 10 discs in there running at 2,000 RPMs each, and the thing runs off a GPS-guided steering system. I tell it I'm cutting on a pivot, on a circle, and I line it out and start it, and then push the button, and the GPS takes over. It runs it. Imagine the potential injury, catastrophe that could happen when people temporarily disable safety items. So to be clear, the language in the bill that we corrected in the conference committee said you couldn't permanently disable a safety feature, but by inference, then you temporarily could. And is temporary an hour, the day, trying to get through this field, this season, the year? So I appreciate being able to go beyond the original scope of changes to address those very pressing issues for me, and we got those corrected, and I applaud the sponsors for doing that. The challenge for me was going above and beyond again, was really about the standard or the creation of MOUs, Memorandum of Understandings between, in this instance, there's one existing with the American Farm Bureau Federation and one of the OEMs, John Deere. This is a national memorandum of understanding in this right to repair space. And the concept we were crafting here, Colorado in its effort, and this General Assembly and the 100 of us, which only a fraction of us have anything to do with the day-to-day business of agriculture, we're going to set the floor, the minimum of what these MOUs had to address to be in effect. As we've crafted this bill, we've set the floor so high, the national MOU between the American Farm Bureau Federation and John Deere isn't applicable in Colorado because we've set the bar, we've set the floor so high. And that's what my contention and that's what my challenge was about the first conference committee report. I did not vote for it and would encourage a no vote on the conference committee report today. Thank you, Mr. President.
See no further discussion. The motion is for the adoption of the first report of the first conference committee on House Bill 1011. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundin, Simpson, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R. With a vote of 21 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, the first conference committee on House Bill 1011 is adopted. Senator Marchman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the repassage of HB 1011.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is for the repassage of House Bill 1011. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Simpson, Rich, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundin, Smallwood, Liston, Pelton R. With a vote of 23 ayes, 10 noes, 0 absent, 2 excused, House Bill 1011 is repassed. Co-sponsors. Introduction of memorials.
Senate Joint Memorial 5 by Senator Rich and Representative Soper and Taggart memorializing former Senator Tillman M. Bishop.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that Senate Joint Memorial 5 lay over until Wednesday, April 5th.
The motion is to lay over Senate Joint Memorial 5 to Wednesday, April 5th, 2023. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senate Joint Memorial 5 will lay over until Wednesday, April 5th. Message from the House.
March 30th, 2023. Mr. President, the House has voted to concur in the Senate amendments to House Bill 1151 and has repassed the bill as so amended.
Announcements. Senator Coleman.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Ask for a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Listen, I know this may or may not be appropriate. There's a beautiful picture of an individual. I don't see him here in the chamber for the counter today, but right below that, there's an individual who says Assistant Chief Sergeant Ted Abad's birthday. And I don't know if we ever recognize sometimes our sergeants whose birthdays there are too. He told me today he was 21 years old, so I thought we would all just say, we don't have to sing, but at least say happy birthday. Oh, we do have to sing.
Yeah.
Okay, we do have to sing.
All right, come here. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, dear Ted. Happy birthday to you.
May the dear Lord bless you, shower graces on you. May the dear Lord bless you, Ted. May the dear Lord bless you. Woo.
Further announcements. Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate Health and Human Services Committee, we will be meeting in 15 minutes. That would be 1:45. We have 4 bills to hear and some appointments. We'll see you in Committee Room 357.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Mr. President. Agriculture and Natural Resources Committee will also start at 1:45 upstairs. We have Colorado State Fair Authority Board of Commissioner appointments, and then we will hear Senate Bill 255, 256, and 204.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. Seeing no further announcements, I move that the Senate recess until 2 p.m. today. Colleagues, you do not need to return. We are simply reading bills across the desk.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Senate will recess until 2 p.m. today.
Yes.